welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 105, your weekly dose of Tuna Cup action. I'm of course ShoWTimE VIP, with you and joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chats and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to something a little bit different here, as we have of course our regular open tournament, but this month we have not 4 weeklies, 3 weekly tournaments. We have one less. We have what? We have one less. What's going on? Well, we have one less because we have a monthly finals. We have a monthly finals added on to our tournament at the end of the month. The players going to be building up and working towards this big invitational at the end of September, at the end of October, November, and December. For the next 4 months, we have monthly finals confirmed. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. So again, we have something a little bit more the players are fighting for. Of course, the prize pool is also boosted more than usual for these weekly tournaments as well, as we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, as we are jumping into our first series, as we're jumping into our first round of 32 match. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of pylon, we have the Polish Terran player, we have the pink Terran, it is Flexi. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, we have the American Zerg, it is Iconic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open, and place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. We're early on in the tournament, so we have some lower seeded players facing off. We'll be getting into the rest of the bracket after this series. For now, we do have a gas first. A gas pull into a delayed hatchery out of Iconic, so hyper aggression out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Flexi across the map going for something more standard. Rax expand should soon be going for an SCV scout across the map. I'm a little bit concerned though, as so far we have no SCV. We're going for the Reaper scout. Delayed scouting out of Flexi. That does mean that so far he's in the dark as what's going on. Link speed is on the way. Not just that, we are staying in gas. This is intentional. If we're staying in, this means one of two things: Bailey bust or roaches alongside this, but I'm leaning more towards a Bailey nest. We'll keep an eye on that first 50 gas to see where it's going to be spent, and we're leaning towards a Bane bust. We're leaning towards a Bane bust here. Meanwhile, Flexi back at home, just trying to settle in. Ooh, third CC before factory? Oh no, this is the greediest build you can go for. This is not seen at pro play, as we're cutting so many corners here to go for such a fast CC. And remember, Iconic is not droning. The Reaper does poke in. The Reaper gets confirmation somewhat as to what's going on, and I assumed it was going to be a Bane bust with all that extra gas. That's not a bust, it's a lair. Interesting. what's going on here, Pappy? Okay, so the Reaper confirms no droning. We have a safety bunker on the way on the high ground, so good read here by the Terran player. Reaper goes in, Reaper gets a full scout, Reaper gets eyes on the lair, and with a lair, this feels like a couple different things. This could be a Nidus all-in, true. It could be a Ling Queen Nidus all-in from the side of Iconic. It could be Dropper Lords. You can see here, hey, 2 suspicious Overlords on the right-hand side. We could be going for a slow drop into the main base as well, as we have 4 more Overlords in production. So it could be Drop Lords, could be a Nidus. Based on the Link positioning, it's got to be the Drop Lords, right? Yeah. Overlords are moving out. And again, what is it to defend in the main? A handful of Marines. 1 Reaper. There is a bunker, true, but no factory production. We're going for a 3cc 2-on-1 follow-up, but again, just hyper greed out of the Terran player. But the Drop Lords, yeah, the Drop Lords are going to be found. The rest of the army should respond. And can we unload in time? Can we pull this off? I would still want to commit to the Drop Lord play. Lings, they rotate over towards the natural. They will find some SCVs, but this doesn't matter. We need more damage. We need more damage than just a handful of SCVs. We have to get into the main. We gotta go. We gotta send it. We can't wait this long. Honestly, a Bane bust would have been perfect here. Like, I would have hit faster, would hit sooner. Ooh, we have more gases on the way. We have droning on the way. Iconic. This is indicative of taking up into potentially muta play. Remember, there's only 2 Marines. We can totally keep dropping in. Now it's too late. Now there's more than 2 Marines, but initially the anti-air was not there. Initially, Iconic could have committed. Not anymore, as, yeah, they're just now too many Marines. Up to 5. No, we can't go, no, don't do it, Iconic. One full drop load goes down and the other full drop load is gonna go down as well. Oh god, oh no, Pappy, you could have done this a minute ago. Yeah. And oh boy. Well, Flexi's skyrocketing ahead. Remember, what did Flexi do as Overlord Suite is finishing up after the drop loads went down? So a little bit smudge. All 4 gases are being taken. This should be muted play. Technically, this could be 2-base technically it could be 2-base lurker. Technically, it could be 2-base Swarmhose. 2-base Swarmhose also is accessible here, but we're leaning more towards Spire. Meanwhile, Flexi, remember, he went 3rd TC before Factory and before 2nd Racks. Like, this is an insanely fast 3rd TC, so he can make 3 SCVs at a time. He has extra mules as well. Flexi has a massive economy to work with and should snowball from here. From the side of Iconic, we have so much gas and oh god, we can't do both. We're going for the Spire and the Hydrogen. This is so gas intensive and so expensive. We don't have the economy to sustain this. The economy is not there. But you know what is here? The Marines, the Stim, the 2 medevacs. We have the double medevac timing, the double drop, and Flexi can just stim and win. To be honest, he can just stim and win. What is it to defend? One lane. This is the one Zergling on the map. We have 4 queens to defend. Flexi can just walk in. He can just walk. Oh, the supply block. Iconic supply block as well. Flexi, we can just move, Pappy. Send it. We don't even need to stim. Keep going. Don't be afraid. Have some confidence. I mean, again, he doesn't really know what he's moving into. Now he's a little bit more aware. There we go. Stims in. Gets 1, 2, 3. All 4 queens should go down. GG gets called. And with that, Flexi will take game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Flexi does take a lead in the series. Again, there was potential for Iconic. Like, Flexi, he went for such a greedy build. Like, Flexi's build was illegal. he went for a 3rd TC before Factory and before 2nd Racks. Like, that was insane. Honestly, I feel like Iconic could have won that game there with his build. It wasn't too bad. It hit a decent timing. Unfortunately, though, as we're setting up for our next game, unfortunately, Iconic, he double guessed himself. He was a little bit too tentative. Instead of dropping in the main base immediately, what did he do? He hit the natural. He rotated back over because he got scouted. He hit the natural base. He killed 5 SCVs, workers that did not matter, to be honest. Like, those workers going down really did help Flexi more than anything, as it was buying time. And by the time Iconic chose to drop into the main base, there were 5 Marines. Earlier, before that, there were only 2 Marines for a very, very long time there. There was potential to punish, but didn't go for it. Did miss his timing. With that, GG well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Flexi can close it out. We'll see if Iconic can bring it back. Let's go. Catching up. And during the finals will be the big reveal of the Duckling merch line. One day, Pappy. Soon, TM. Soon, TM. And here we go, we're getting to the next game, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the pink Terran leading the series 1-0, and 1 game away from claiming the series, it is Flexi. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Persephone, going for the extractor trick, we do have the American Zerg player. We have the red Zerg, it is Iconic. Okay, going for a 14-14, or I guess technically a 15-14 here out of Iconic, going for once again gas into pool, into a delayed hatchery. Now, last game this led into a link flood into fast lair, into drop lords. This time that is a much faster second gas gun. So last game, link flood into delayed drop lords. This time we'll see what this all kind of leans into. I would not be opposed to going for a Bane bust. As Flexi, we'll see if he goes for an SCV scout this time. Remember, last time he did not SCV scout, so he was even a late scout out of Flexi as well. Like, the stars were aligning for Iconic, but he just didn't send it back. Didn't send it. Meanwhile, ooh, Roach Rush, okay. We are going for the Roach Rush. This time no Link Speed, this time no Bailey Nest, so it is going to be hyper aggression nonetheless out of Iconic. And once again, Flexi will be punished for not scouting. 0 SEV scout out of Flexi. SEV scouts are standard, but Flexi has been skipping it both game 1 and here in game 2 as well. So it's going to be a later scout as we're going for a Roach All-In with burrow as well. Bold move. This is a cheeky build. Basically, the way the burrow works here is almost like Blink, essentially, where as you're attacking with your roaches, if a roach gets low on HP, you borrow the roach. You borrow the roach, which preserves the roach, which allows it to heal up over time, and then as the fight continues, you can then unburrow it and it can join the fight once again. So you can have some very cheeky, very crisp micro with burrow with this kind of all-in. We'll see if the control is on point though. We shall see. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Shurag. Oh god, Shurag, Pappy Shurag. Thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months, for 2 months in a row as well. So thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Meanwhile, Reaver Scout into the main base will get eyes on the Roach Warren. Now Flex is fully aware and is setting up on the high ground. A good call. There are some players that try to defend on the low ground, which is so much more difficult. Here we're just happy to just lift the CC, lift the natural base, and set up for a 1 base defense instead. So 2 Munkers going to be on the way. Flexi is aware. This time he went for a factory before CC, so this time he's going for a safer follow-up. This time he's not cutting as many corners. And here come the roaches. Here comes the all-in. Roaches have arrived. Once again, we're on a bit of a timer here. We do have 4 roaches so far. We can morph in some Ravagers as well if we have the gas for it. Reveals his burrow. As we mentioned before, ideally you do want to be attacking up the ramp. You want to be dealing damage, and you can make use of that regeneration. But Iconic is droning. So Iconic, he is going to be droning up. If we made less roaches, right now we have 7 roaches. If we had made, say, 4 to 5 roaches, then you'd have the gas to actually morph in Ravagers, and then you can start to shell away at the wall and shell away at the depots to deal damage from the low ground. Alas, we did make extra roaches, which means no Ravagers. We don't really have the gas for it. Lair is on the way, and Flexi, he'll break out. Yeah, he'll break out, we'll dive on the roaches, gets us around. Do we borrow time? Oh, so far so good. He borrows 2. He does miscontrol. What? No, he unborrows a little bit too soon as well. And yeah, a bit of a chaotic control here from Iconic. There's the scan. He can shut down the roaches, and with that, Flexi will clean this up. Does cost him 7 SCVs. That is a very nice borrow. Again, you can use it to break lock-ons. True. You can break those lock-ons. 8 SCVs going down. 8 SCVs for 4 roaches. Not the worst trade down. No! The worst trade for Iconic. Because once again, that was once again a little bit too soon with the unburrow. Be patient, Pappy. Be patient. Aye. And Iconic rushing into the gold. Okay. I see you. Rushing into the gold base. We do have Link Speed alongside this. Lair is now complete. Raven on the way. Yo, Flexi, he's been reading the SC Reddit. Oh no. Make a Raven. True. Kappa. As, the Lings, they do overextend, they rush into the Marines. All Lings go down, roaches as well. And Iconic is bleeding out too much. I do like the idea of going into the gold, but unfortunately here we're bleeding out too much supply, which means we have to replenish it to actually survive, which means no saturation at the gold base. Oh, and an overreaction as well, throwing down Spine Crawlers, throwing down Spores as well. I mean, the Spores do make sense, but the Spines are a little bit too much here. Resources that could be spent on more drones, more saturation on a 3rd base. I mean, I say 3rd base, gold is on the way. Now, if Flexi is passive, and if he allows Iconic to get this 3rd base up and running, then Iconic can maybe recover in this game, but he needs to saturate as soon as possible. We have to pull the boys. We have to main out over. As there is potential with that gold. Link Scout just going for the Banshee. Is aware. And with that Iconic, he's just slowly producing roaches at the goal base. Flexi behind this has got his third TC, getting to stim, getting to his tank production. Flexi, this stim timing is going to be brutal. It's going to hit like a truck, and I'll be honest, I don't know if Iconic can survive that. Unfortunately, he's just being outscaled. He has no upgrades alongside this. He's going to have some Ling Roach Ravager, but again, a very limited economy. Oh, the goal base gets found out. Ay. This would have been the way to get back into this game, but not anymore. And Iconic's all in. Iconic, he's all in. He's got a handful of Ravagers. Doesn't really have much gas to work with, so we can't really afford him anymore. On the one hand, Flexi does move out with a double drop, so he has less to defend back at home, but he has plenty. Like, he has 2 tanks, he has reinforcing Marines. He should be able to defend without too much issue. Flexi holds. The Banshee does race back home to defend. Double drop into the main base. He's winning. And GG. Yeah, GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. And Flexi will take the series 2-0. Will advance on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Oh, thank you for letting us know. It looks like our page was not on TL at the time. It should be on TL now. But GG, well played. Congratulations. Flexi, he will claim the series. Again, did come in as the favorite player. I want to give a shout out to Iconic, though, because even though he went down, there was a lot of potential with both builds in both Game 1 and Game 2. The execution was lacking, though. Like, the builds themselves that had potential, but the execution definitely left much to be desired in both Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1 hit too late, was too tentative, did second guess himself. Game number 2, we saw that did overinvest into the Roaches, didn't have any room for Ravagers, so we didn't really do much damage across the map. And of course, we had some maybe too excited miscontrol when it came to the borrowed Roaches as well, bleeding out a lot of Roaches in that aggression. Regardless, GG. GG well played. Congratulations to Flexi. And with that, we are going to be heading over here into the rest of our bracket. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Here you go. We do have our lineups. We have herO. He's coming in as number 1 seed of the tournament. He's waiting for the winner of the Mega and Ragnar. Scoring down, we have Nicorette. He just took down Homono 2-0. Meanwhile, we have our next series, SHIN, the Korean Zerg player. He is waiting. He was waiting, and now he has his opponent, Flexi. SHIN versus Flexi is going to be coming up next. Scrolling down, we have NightMare versus Pro in a PvP. Scoring down, we have ByuN waiting for the winner of Shu and Hatsu. We have Percival up against Rebellion. ShoWTimE waiting for the winner of Triple and Cos Phoenix, and we have Geralt up against Ledlix on the lower portion of the bracket. Once again, we are very Korean heavy here. We have some solid European representation like Nicorette, like ShoWTimE, like Geralt as well, even Ledlix, of course. They are sprinkled throughout. But yeah, some heavier Korean signups this week. herO, he's a rarer sight. He has played in Tuna Cup before, but I believe this is his second showing in Tuna Cup. Meanwhile, we have our regulars like ByuN, like NightMare, like SHIN. More so regulars. Here we go. Of course, we're going to be following Flexi into SHIN. Going to be following him in. So again, the opponents, they get tougher and tougher here as the tournament does go on. Let's go. Just catching up. What MMR is this at? The tournament is open. Tournament is open to all players. So hey, if you're out there, you can sign up for this tournament. True. If you're watching, you can sign up, you can play, you can compete. You can be the one that plays against herO or ByuN or SHIN or ShoWTimE. Like it can be you. It can be you. Again, the tournament is open to all, and we even have a raffle available as well, a participation raffle. We have a participation raffle for the players as well, where every player is equally eligible for 5 USD. Doesn't matter if you got knocked out in the first round, doesn't matter if you got knocked out in the finals, you are equally eligible for a random raffle as well. So a way to kind of boost participation and to incentivize play, and also to spread the love, to spread the support amongst the players. That's going to be held after the semis, where we do have that raffle. Otherwise, Vitas is done, and we are jumping into our next series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player, we have the pink Terran player. It is Flexi from the land of Poland. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Terran versus Zerg best of 3. Let's go. Let us go. As SHIN is going to be opening up pool first. Okay, you have my attention here. A bit of a cheekier start out of our Zerg player. Does open pool first. Flexi across the map, going for his racks back at home. No shenanigans, no cheese, no proxy. Not from our Terran. There we go. See in the chat, Sparkling Tuna Cup is up to 5.5k. SHIN and herO are some of the best players in the world. Tuna Cup is an open tournament, open to all pro players, which is why we're featuring the pros here and now. Open to all. Here we go. Here we go. Not true. herO, he's only 5.5k. True. Kappa. As now, we have our standard openers. Again, racks expand out of Flexi. And SHIN with the earlier pool timing has earlier lings, so lings are going to be fanning out. Thankfully, Flexi does SCV scout, so he does get across the map, does confirm that we have an earlier pool timing, and we can see a couple of boys being pre-pooled. Oh, this is an overreaction out of Flexi here. I mean, the lings, they're fanning out across the map. The Overlord does confirm the boys being pulled. SHIN, he chills back at home, more of a defensive pool first, and Flexi did have a bit of an inefficient response, wasting some mining time by pre-pooling the boys. Basically, Flexi thought a rush was coming. It looks like Flexi did not confirm. Oh no, he did confirm the gases, so no link speed, but maybe just a bit of a misread as to how aggressive SHIN was being. So a nice start out of SHIN. Did delay his hatchery, true, but hey, he does force a reaction out of his opponent. And we can see a third TC before the starports, a standard economic opener out of Flexi. SHIN back at home, opening up with his third base. But yes, we do host some tournaments for amateur players, and again, technically amateur players can sign up for this event as well, but typically we do have higher tier players in Sparkling Tuna Cup. And as I mentioned before, I guess just to reiterate, since we have some more people tuning in, we just announced the monthly finals. We just announced a new kind of format for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, but now we have confirmed 500 USD monthly finals for the month of September, October, November, and December. So these players have even more that they are kind of playing towards and working towards. Basically, now for the remainder of the year, all these tournaments, players do accumulate points based on their rankings, based on whether they land in the finals or second place, third or fourth place, or even in the quarterfinals. And at the end of the month, players are going to be invited into a monthly invitation. So that is a news for September, and will continue for the rest of the year. So again, a big shout out to the support that we've been getting in the chat. Thank you so much. When it comes to Patreon and when it comes to the donations, again, we got a massive $2,000 donation a couple of days ago, and because of that, we're able to, fund and able to actually host those monthlies with a, of course, bigger prize pool. So much love, Pappy, much love. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. As SHIN does fan out with his lings. Oh, unfortunately, Flexi, he's being active with a Reaper Hellion back at home. There are some units to defend, and we'll see if we can get some worker damage here. As lings, they do collapse in. They go for this round. Oh, they get one Hellion. Yeah, one Hellion gets caught. Did I say one? Can he get both? Barely can. Two Hellions do fall, but no economic damage. So some nice defense here by Flexi. Does race back home to defend. And back at home, we see SHIN going for his earlier lair. I say earlier layer, I mean, the build itself is a little bit wonky just because of the pool first, but gas is being taken, layer is on the way, safety Bailey nest. You can see here relatively safe play at SHIN as he is going to be skipping or delaying his Evo chambers. So delayed Evo chambers out of our Zerg player. As Evo chambers are going to be on the way after the layer and after the Bailey nest. As Flexi is taking his third. Here we go. So players are building up. Flexi's been relatively passive this game, unfortunately. I mean, he just lost a couple of Hellions, so because of that passivity, SHIN is getting very comfortable. Basically, what should be happening in this kind of game state is that Flexi would have, what, 6 to 8 Hellions, he'd be active on the map, he'd be fighting for creep control and keeping the creep at bay. Right now, Flexi is stuck at home, so SHIN, he's freely spreading creep towards the center, towards the fringe areas of the map as well. He's been freely droning up his third base, getting his 4th expansion, and now SHIN is taking up into an infestation pit towards Hive Tech, towards Ultra Tech as well. So SHIN is being left alone. He's being left alone, and it's a scary thing to leave any player alone here in this kind of game state, but again, Flexi, he's not really applying much pressure. He is working towards the stim timing, with stim, with all these tanks, with all this bio, as the tank is stuck due to the SimCity. It feels bad, man. But he's working towards his timing, but this has to get damage done. And I'm sure Flexi's also hoping that maybe SHIN is being too greedy. Hive is on the way. SHIN, he does make extra drones. He's getting up to 70 workers, but by no means is SHIN over droning. And we have the safety Banelings on the way. Baneling's speed is almost done. And Flexi will be able to push soon. His timing's a little bit off here. Ideally, we want to be hitting with 1-1 at around this time, but 1-1 is still on the way, so the upgrades are not quite done yet. And this is giving SHIN more time to build up. We have 1 gas on the way, 3 extra Raxes. I believe that's going to be an A-Rax setup. Yeah, we're getting up to 8 Raxes. But does get another gas geyser. It feels like we're setting up for a 3-base all-in. With those extra axes, we can make 11 Marines at a time. 12 Marines even. And here comes Flexi. Here comes the push. Ultra Caverns on the way. And as Flexi moves out with a double shot, he has to be so careful about engaging onto creep. Now remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for SHIN. What is SHIN doing? SHIN, he's taking up into Ultras. The goal here is to hit with Ultras before the opponent is ready with Ghosts. And again, Flexi, he's 8-Raxing, so it's purely Marine tank. It's just pure Marine tank. There's no Marauders, there's no Ghosts, there's no Liberators. Oh, one of the tanks is still stuck here. Some rough SimCity in the main. There we go. Does break it out. But Flexi, he's not ready for Ultra Tech. We even have some safety infestors. Ultra Den is done. And we're going to be collapsing in. Yeah, Brutal Fungals gets caught unsieged. The bio goes down, the tanks go down, and SHIN will completely swallow this up. But we don't even need the Ultras. We don't even need them. GG gets called, and SHIN will overwhelm. SHIN will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we had an attempted 8 racks out of Flexi, but unfortunately the 8 racks was very rough around the edges. We spoke about the delayed upgrades, we spoke about the delayed production as well. When it comes to these builds, when it comes to these 3-base all-ins, you have to be crisp. You have to be just on point. You have to be able to hit your timings as quickly as possible because they are all-ins, right? The longer the game goes on, the worse your build becomes, the more easier it's going to be for your opponent to defend, to shut it down as well. So you got to be on point. Again, it was a little bit too delayed, and with that, SHIN overwhelms. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting into game number 2, and oh, okay, we're going to be loading into ley lines, and SHIN is going to have some fun here. Let's go. For those that are curious, SHIN, he does this every now and then, especially because he does create content, but SHIN, he is not playing Zerg. He is not playing Zerg. He is going to be playing random. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, he rolls random and he lands on his main race. We have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the red Zerg for Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Feels bad, man. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Terran player, the pink Terran. It is Flexi. Este SHIN. Now we'll see if Flexi's able to, we'll see how long it takes for him to figure out what SHIN is playing. On top of that, I'm also curious, does Flexi even notice that SHIN picked random in the lobby, right? It's like, it's possible that he just didn't really notice, and we're just going into this and he's just assuming that SHIN is playing Zerg again. And I mean, he would be right in that assumption. Would be correct. Would be correct. As SHIN is going to be opening up hatch first. Hatch pool. Oh, going for a gasless opener. Okay, I would say that this is quite greedy here. There are maps where this is more viable, for sure. There are some safer maps to go for this kind of play on. Maps like Torches, maps like Tokamak, maps which are a little bit larger, which are easier to defend. Here on ley lines, it feels a little bit greedy, but based on what happened last game, Flexi, he wasn't really too aggressive, he wasn't really too active. SHIN, I think he can probably get away with it here against Flexi. For those that are curious what's happening, we're playing gasless. That's why there's no gas here, and we intend to delay the gas a little bit further. The purpose is to cut corners, prioritize, and fixate on mineral production, or mineral income, I should say, with droning, which is pure droning, slowlings, queens to defend, and with that you'll have a boosted economy early on. The downside of this build is that you have no link speed, right? You have no link speed, so if your opponent was going for an aggressive response, going for, say, Hellbats, or even just Hellion aggression as well, the Zerg player can be punished. And it can be very difficult to keep up with Hellion Banshee aggression with queens and a handful of slowlings. It can be very, very difficult, which is why you typically want to go for this kind of build on maps where the bases are closer together, on maps where it's easier to wall off, to secure yourself, and to create some SimCity. The reason why I said that it feels like SHIN should get away with this against Flexi is because last game Flexi, he wasn't really aggressive with his Hellions at all. Like, he was very, very light with his Hellion aggression. So SHIN, he takes notice. He takes notice and he goes for a greedy build as a response. The pressure is on Flexi to do damage with his Hellions. Otherwise, SHIN will just snowball out of control. As you can see here, he's already almost fully saturating his natural base. His third base is getting up. Flexi going for a third CC before starports. He's going for his reactored Hellion production. Something that Clem is very fond of against this build specifically is to go for a 1-1-1. You just skip the third CC, get a starport, and you just turn into hyper aggression and you just commit in. We've seen players like Cyril, players like Raynor, players like even SHIN crumble and fall to Clem's aggression when it comes to punishing this. But here we don't really see too much punishment out of Flexi. It also feels like Flexi is not fully aware about what's going on. He didn't get into the main, right? He didn't get into the main base. He's not fully aware of the build, of the opener. Again, we're just skipping link speed. Now gases are being taken and we're just going straight into roaches. The idea would also be to throw down an Eva chamber here and fully wall off. There we go, Eva chamber's on the way. So if there was an attempted Hellion dive, the queens can just wall up, right? The queens, they can just move in position and fully wall this area off. You can see the drone is here as well. Again, so crucial for SHIN to be on top of his Hellion defense. And there's only 4 Hellions. So a very, very light commitment into Hellions. So the chances of this doing damage is very low. Which means SHIN, he gets away with it. Gets away with his build. Behind this 3CC 2-1-1. No Banshee harass either. Flexi is going for an earlier stim timing. So SHIN, he has gotten away with this build. And from here, SHIN can now work towards a 4th expansion. Typically, off of a gasless opener, we go roaches into +1 carapace, into a second Eva chamber, into melee, into infestation bit, into ultra tech. That's typically the direction that SHIN goes in, but he might not even need to go that far. We could just double down and commit with mass roach ravager. SHIN has options. We keep an eye on his upgrades. We have +1 carapace on the way, which is standard. We're waiting for the second Evo chamber and the second upgrade. Oh, as Hellions do get into the middle line, not bad. 2 drones going down. Another volley does not quite connect, and only 2 drones for 4 Hellions. Not worth it for a Flexi. SHIN, he defends. Second Evo chamber is now on the way. Again, if we're going into melee, that's more indicative of Infestation and Hive Tech. If we're going into range, more indicative that we might just double down on Roach Ravager. Roach speed is on the way. Show us what you got. Technically, if we go into range, we can go Roaches, then into Hydra Lurker tech. We can head in that direction instead. Where are we headed? There we go, range. Okay, we're committing. We're going into range. We're committing with Roach Ravager. We're not getting out of this. Flex is being active with the drop play. The other big weakness of this build here from SHIN is lack of anti-air, right? He has Roaches to defend. He's got a couple of Queens. Nice pickups here with the Marines. Not bad. Picking up 3, 4 Roaches. Rest of the army has to reinforce. But again, with only Queen trying to anti-air, we can just keep dropping. We can boost into the main. Like, drop play can be very effective against this style. But so far, Flexi pulls away. Just because there's no Hygiene, there's no Spire, but also because Roach Ravager is slower to respond than Ling Bane, right? Ling Bane is faster, so you can kind of react and go back into your main base and back to your 4th base and rotate back and forth. For Roaches, it's much more awkward. But SHIN, he's committing. He gets his 4th base. Do you see what I see? No drones. No drones, no saturation. We have Link speed on the way. It's going to be Links to reinforce, and we're pushing with purely Roach Ravager. SHIN is cutting workers at 68. It's going to be a 3 base all-in. So 3 base all-in out of SHIN. He commits. Flexi, he does have a tank line here on the high ground, but his 3rd base is exposed, and he's not quite ready for this. Brutal start to the fight. And SHIN, he just sends it. Voids are being pulled. A lot of workers going to be going down. Miles A zone away the Marines. Medevacs are racing back home to defend. And this is already crippling damage. He's stuck on 2 bases. SHIN, he's maxed out. Now we have the Infestation bit. Now we're taking up into Hive, but SHIN doesn't need it. he's fine, but he's fine. Spiles do zone away. Oh. Again, 21 SCV kills. He's not done. Gonna keep on pushing. And again, unfortunately, Flexi, he was unable to determine the build that SHIN went for at the start, so he was unable to punish. Unable to punish it, SHIN just snowballed out of control coming into the mid-game, and from there just went into the all-in. Oh. As Marines are trading efficiently for themselves, true. Stims in, takes care of the most of the Roaches. Oof. Piles do connect, a tank goes down, and Flexi, he's down to 37 SCVs, down to less than a 2 base economy. We have confirmation of course, with range upgrades. We have Hydras into Lurkers, into Hydra Lurker Viper. It's going to be the ideal kind of end goal. Is that Lurker then? There's the Hive. SHIN, he's getting there. Here is soon to move in. Here pushing forward. Does push forward, takes down one of the tanks. Tank goes down, and again, there's just no defensive setup here. Again, the early game was just too brutal, and SHIN, he will overwhelm, takes down the tanks, pushes into the mineral line, and Flexi just can't hold his own. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel, kill, not a lift. GG gets called, and SHIN will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very strong showing here out of SHIN. Unfortunately, Flexi, he was just lacking that information early on. As we mentioned, he wasn't able to scout to confirm the lack of gases, to confirm the greed of SHIN, and SHIN, he got away with it. He got away with that greed, got away with the gases opener. If you remember, with the Hellion dive, he lost 2 drones. He only lost 2 workers to the Hellion dive, so minimal damage, minimal losses dealt to SHIN, which means he just snowballed out of control into the mid game, into that 3-base all-in. Cut workers at 68, no drones at the 4th base, just pure Ling Roach Ravager. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. With that, we have some updates here. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are. And a shout out to Flexi as well for competing, for devoting so much time to StarCraft. Flexi, he's been improving a lot as of late. He's been laddering a lot as well, and been much more active in tournaments. So best of luck. Best of luck to Flexi when it comes to his road to improvement. And also, I'm sure can take a lot from this series, take a lot from these matches, and grow from this as well. GG. GG, well played, as we are going to be, I believe, heading over to the Korean server. Here we go. We have our round of 8 getting ready. This is when all the big players are facing off here. We have some updates. herO took down D-Mega 2-0, and in the upper portion of the quarterfinals, we have herO versus Nickrat in a PVT. They're going to be facing off as we speak. Scrolling down, we have NightMare. NightMare takes on Prome 2-0. Up next, SHIN versus NightMare in a Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Scrolling down, ByuN currently mid-series against Hatsul. Winner goes up against Percival. Percival takes down Rebellion 2-1. Shout out to Rebellion for making a series out of that. Rebellion, of course, he is a Korean Protoss player, and I do typically rate Percival above Rebellion, so to see them go back and forth, really exciting stuff. We just got an update. ByuN takes down Hatsul 2-0, and ByuN is up against Percival in that Terran versus Terran matchup. Scrolling down, Geralt took down Lelix, and ShoWTimE is still mid-series versus Triples. So we almost have all the round 16 wrapping up. Almost there. Otherwise, we are going to be following our players here into the quarterfinals. And again, we have SHIN and NightMare currently conducting their vetoes. Vetoes are underway. We're getting ready. Coming into this tournament, the top 2 seeds are going to be ByuN and herO, but we do have some big names that can threaten them. Players like SHIN, players like NightMare, players like Geralt, players like ShoWTimE, of course, Percival. Like, all the top 8 players can take each other down. Some players are more favored than others, for sure, but they all have it in them. As we're setting up here for our next matchup. Go. Also, as a reminder as well, before I get ahead of myself, we also have both semifinals. Both semis are going to be casted on stream as a reminder. So semifinals are going to be held, and we'll be getting into one and then the other. So right now we're focusing on the upper portion of the brackets, but we'll be able to catch the tail end at least of some of those matches featuring ByuN, Percival, ShoWTimE, Geralt, Triple with those lower semis. We'll get there. We'll get there. Catching up in the chat. Wanted a handicap, but he got an advantage. Ah, smooch. SHIN. Thanks for casting this. Ah, yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Of course, of course. I mean, it's our tournament. It's our tournament. I should also mention that Sparkling Tuna Cups are usually on Sundays. This is usually a Sunday tournament, but we did reschedule due to Maestros of the Game. Maestros of the Game has been over the weekend, so we had to reschedule and move things over. Also, the Wardy TV Monday is on hiatus. I say hiatus, has a week off. I believe they have a week off here. For those that are curious, Wardy, of course, he got married. He got married last week. I think it's been around 5 days or so since the wedding. So he's on vacation, he's on his honeymoon, he's of course spending his time with his partner, spending his time away from StarCraft. I'm sure he'll be back soon, and then with his return will be the Wardy TV Mondays as well. Until then, again, we did reschedule Tuna Cup to Monday, at least for this week, just so we can avoid Maestros of the Game, as we also cast that as well, right? So just so we can spread things out a little bit, and not have too much of an intense casting schedule. Here we go. Meanwhile, we're going to be cutting to a short break. NightMare and SHIN are both doing their vetoes. So are ByuN and Percival, fun fact. They're about to start as well. So they're all doing their vetoes. And when we come back, we will jump into SHIN and NightMare. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 105, your weekly dose of Tuna Cup action. We're here in the quarterfinals. We have a ZVP and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal. We have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. Oh, rocking that hero portrait. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you believe will advance on to the semis. Will it be our Protoss? Will it be our Zerg? I'll be honest, this is going to be a much harder one to call, as again, the big names are now facing off. I will say that I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. I think I lean a little bit more towards SHIN, but one of the reasons why I lean more towards SHIN is because NightMare was retired for quite some time. For those that are unaware, NightMare, he retired towards the beginning of the year. He retired to compete in Deadlock. He was competing in Deadlock. He was competing with another team, and it was only, I think it's been a month. I think it's been around a month's time, maybe 3 weeks, that NightMare has returned. He announced that he had retired from Deadlock, that he had left his Deadlock team, and that he had rejoined Streamer Zone and was competing in StarCraft 2 once again. So he has been away for a couple of months, for quite some time, and he has been slowly regaining his skill. NightMare has been streaming a lot. He's been streaming a lot on his Twitch channel. He's been grinding a lot, and NightMare has been improving quite quickly. It's been really cool to see, like, NightMare kind of getting back into form. But is he back in form, or is he still getting there? How does he compare to SHIN? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. Deadlock. Este Deadlock. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, a big shout out to RJ Pagwick? Pappy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with ShoWTimE. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Bienvenidos. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Oh. So here we go. As now we do have our Stargate opener out of NightMare. SHIN did open up with an earlier spawning pool, which was interesting. He didn't really achieve too much with his Lings. The Lings do fan out. Third base is on the way. We're building up in towards the mid game. Now, when it comes to our players and their preferred styles, SHIN, he's often one to go for 3-base all-ins. He's often one to try to end the game early. He's not really one to embrace the longer and later game. I mean, that's the case with most Zerg players nowadays. They're all going for these big 3-base all-ins to kill the Protoss player early. Meanwhile, NightMare likewise also thrives in the mid game. He's not really known for embracing Sky Toss and going into the late game, but he is willing to max out on 3-4 bases with a more ground-based army. At times is unwilling to take into Sky Toss, and that has hurt NightMare in the past. That has hurt him. If you remember, we were casting NightMare versus ByuN on Persephone last week. And NightMare, he was ahead, he had map control, he was maxed out, he had the greater economy, but he refused to take up, and ByuN had a crazy comeback against NightMare. It was insane. And eventually ByuN did take that game and did take that series. Different matchup, but similarity in the sense that was less willing to go to Sky Toss, or take up in general. But here we go. Here we go. NightMare, he does move out. It did open up a Void Ray first, Void Ray into Oracle, and back at home is claiming his third base. Again, the goal of a Void Ray opener is to hunt down Overlords. It's to deny vision, deny scouting, and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. As SHIN moves out with the Zergling to scout whether or not there is a third. So, crucial scout here from SHIN. Last week, me and Mutes played, and NightMare beheaded us both. Oh no, Bobby, oh no. And again, NightMare has been getting back into it, for sure. That is +1 air attack. Okay, I just spoke about how we have to, as the Oracle does go down, big overextension of NightMare. I just spoke about how NightMare has been less willing to switch into Sky Toss, but here we are rushing into Sky Toss and a big scout. No! The lane does scout, the lane does confirm, and SHIN is aware. Ay, ay, ay. Basically what's happening here is that NightMare is going for currently Massive Void Rays, second Stargate, Forge as well, going into Sky Toss. SHIN just saw the Cybercore researching. Again, Warp Gate is already done. There could only be one thing, +1 air attack. So SHIN, he sees +1 air attack, and that screams Sky Toss. Now, there have been some plays in the past where you can like fake +1 air attack and fake Sky Toss and hope that your opponent overreacts, but it's a rare sight to see that. Again, SHIN just confirming. +1 air attack is still on the way. Lair is now done, and from here we can go for a Spire, or we can go into Hydras, and there we go. Instantly, Hydra Den is on the way. So SHIN is getting ready. Going into Hydras. Meanwhile, we still have more Void Rays amassing. Jesus, how many? 3, soon to be 4. 4 Void Rays. A unique composition here from NightMare. Going to mass Void Ray, Adepts are getting called out, barely out of range of shield battery, another Adept does go down. Ay, ay, ay. And again, SHIN just prioritizing Hydra upgrades, +1 range on the way, Hydra range on the way as well. And how are we piecing this all together? NightMare, he is making Void Rays, but he doesn't produce from the second Stargate, I would imagine because he got scattered. So there's a lot going on here. One, SHIN scouts the attempted Sky Toss. NightMare knows he got scattered, so instead he does make some Void Rays to keep himself safe to sell the story, but he does not produce from the second Stargate, he does not make a Fleet Beacon, and he's switching into Ground Toss, into a Twilight Council, into a Bay, into Colossus production. So I do like this, but the problem though is that this is late, right? Late Twilight Council, late Bay, late Ground production. I believe SHIN should hit first. I believe the Mass Hydra should be able to strike first here. Oh, as we're going into Disruptor, not Colossus. Making one Disruptor at a time. Additional Void Rays are revealed. SHIN, he's still not fully aware he is making an Overseer. Changeling attempts to go in as well. Getting into Blink Stalkers. Changing Scouts to Disruptor and the Bay. Oh, not bad. Okay, he knows. Yeah, SHIN, he now knows that we're going for like a ground switch. The Hydras are amassing. Hydra speed is almost done. And you can see that SHIN is cutting workers early. He's cutting workers at 69. Nice, but no saturation. You can see here, no saturation at the 4th base, only the gas geyser. SHIN, he's maxing out with purely Ling Hydra with a handful of infestors sprinkled in, and we're just pushing. SHIN is going for the 3 base all in. He's going for it, and NightMare's not ready. He's not ready because he's mid-transition. Second Robo's on the way. Blink is not even done. But there are 2 disruptors. And we have to make those Novas count. SHIN is trying to make his way up the ramp. Here comes the first Nova. Nova goes off. No connection. Oh, takes on 2 Hydras. 2 Hydras go down. Second Disruptor does connect as well. Gets an Infestor, but that was it. Yeah, only 2 Novas. Brutal Fungals. They lock down the Stalkers. Blink only just now finishing. 1 more Nova going up. Up. Graces the army, but SHIN, he breaks through. He breaks through. He busts into the 3rd base, and there's nothing to defend. We have 2 Colossus on the way, but again, we spoke about it. All this was delayed because of the double Stargate setup, which never never led into anything. It just amounts to nothing. We have some quirky plays here out of NightMare, but it all just kind of fell apart. The 3rd base is broken. GG gets called, and SHIN will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very chaotic game 1 here. Again, NightMare, he had attempted Sky Toss, and I'm pretty sure the plan was to go into Sky Toss, but he got scattered. He got scattered, so he made the decision, oh, okay, he sees what I'm doing, time to be cheeky, time to try to catch him with his pants down and go for a ground switch. But because of the commitment into Sky Toss, the ground switch was delayed, and by the time he finished up Blink, I mean, the Stalkers were already going down. The army was already crumbling. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see what kind of crazy builds we have ready for us as we load into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into game 2. And we'll see if we have a back and forth. I mean, game 1 was so quirky. I don't really think there's much to really gain from game 1. Like, game 1 just had a really odd build, and it hurt NightMare more than anything. Like, there was very little that he could actually work with. So I don't really think it was indicative of how this series should pan out, but we'll see. We'll see as we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. We have the South Korean Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Here we go. Go as we are calming down, as we are going to be settling in. To have a SHIN going for his hatch gas pool, unnatural natural out of SHIN. Meanwhile, NightMare back at home just going for the gate expand. Nothing crazy. I mean, SHIN, because of the location of his natural base, because it's at the triangular 3rd location, what does this mean? This means we have boosted creep across the map. It means the creep is going to be spreading faster across the map, and Ultra Love already has a short rush distance by ground, so this could be the beginning of a German taxi. Sorry, I shouldn't say German taxi. Could be the beginning of a Roach Queen walk across the map of an all-in. So we'll keep an eye on SHIN. We'll see if he does prioritize creep spread. We'll see if he does try to rush across the map as quickly as possible. As there are aggressive builds you can make use of off of the back of this location. So we shall see. And we're hoping for a standard opener this time out of NightMare. He had some wild plays previously. It's crazy. As our players are joining, Players are saturating. Link speed is on the way. SHIN pulls out of gas. And it is going to be a Stargate opener out of NightMare. Does open Stargate. Which is what we saw last game. Now, last game we saw a Void Ray opener into second Stargate, into +1 air attack. This time, I wouldn't be opposed to, once again, a Void Ray opener, but into a standard follow-up. Something a little bit more normal. But opening up in a way to kind of make SHIN second-guess himself. We'll see. We'll see if he goes for the Void Ray once again. As it is going to be the Oracle first, not the Void Ray. So it does open Oracle. Likewise, SHIN still being active. Is spreading creep. We'll keep an eye on the Roach Warren timing. And we'll see if NightMare can slow this down. As again, we're already almost halfway across the map. Like that's how short the rush distance is on Ultra Love. It's crazy. And NightMare expands towards SHIN. The Overlord, I believe, does scout this. And again, we're on the same screen. Like this is how short the rush distance is on Ultra Love. We're touching tips, baby. Right next to each other. Yeah, more queens are amassing. This could just be a Link Queen all-in without roaches. As queens are aggressively pushing that creep forward. But now SHIN is droning up. Droning is saturating. Do have a faster Twilight Council out of NightMare. Twilight Council gateways are on the way. This looks like Glaive Adepts. This could either be Glaives or early Blink. Remember, there's no Forge. There's no Forge. I'm leaning more towards Glaives. Queens are pushing in. Oh, SHIN is supply blocked. Now is not the time. We have to make Lings. Yeah, brutal supply block here, but here comes the Link Queen all in. We're walking across the map. We're almost there. And it is going to be early Blink. Early Blink Stalkers. NightMare is not fully aware. He doesn't see him coming. He doesn't know, but he doesn't know. And no shield battery. No shield battery at the natural. No shield battery at the third base either. In either location. Shield batteries, now they get thrown down, but these are late. Oh no! Blink is not done. Yeah, Blink is not done either. Does catch one of those Stalkers. Catches both. Yeah, both Stalkers going to be going down in Queens. They do rally in. Shield battery is not ready. And this position might just be broken. Down to one Stalker. Oof, down to 0. Queens, oh no, they target fire the Oracle. One Oracle goes down. And again, we spoke about it. Like, these kind of all-ins are common on Ultra Love. And that natural base timing was a sign of things to come. Nice focus firing on the Queens. No transfuse. No creep. But there are so many Zerglings here. Jesus. So many Zerglings. There's one Queen remaining. NightMare, he's holding. He's holding on. The SimCity working well. Only one Queen left. Nice force field. And SHIN, he's droning. SHIN, he's droning up. Hydrogen is on the way. The all-in has failed. He does get 7 probes, but that is not worth it. He had to kill the third. That was 7 probes, 5 Stalkers, 1 Oracle for 59 Zerglings and 4 Queens. So a better trade for NightMare. And Blink is almost done. Blink is almost done, which means NightMare can counterattack. Let's go. NightMare, he can be active across the map. SHIN, he does get up to almost 3 base saturation. 4th base on the way just for Larva. And SHIN, he's drawn up enough where he can turn this into a second wave. Initially, we had the Link Queen all-in. Now, off of 3 base economy, we have a Ling Hydra all-in. With +1 range on the way, with Hydra range on the way as well. SHIN, he should otherwise be droning, but he's not. He's squeezing out a couple of workers here and there. Bearing in mind that the creep is still not receded. The creep is still spreading. Creep is still branching out. Over the Tuna. Ah. And NightMare, he has to be so careful moving on to Creep like this. Be careful, Pappy, be careful. Storm is done. Storm is complete. More Hydras are amassing. Ooh, as Oracle gets caught. So do the Hydras, though. Potentially a better trade here for NightMare, as he can try to chase down the Hydras at the same time. Army coming from behind. Ooh, diving on the High Templar. Brutal surround. And he gets one, he gets two High Templar. Does force out the Archon. More reinforcements coming in. And it looks like he will reset the High Templar counts, but at a cost. Yeah, a shaky trade here for SHIN. Was this worth it? He lost so many Hydras. So many Hydras going down. NightMare, it's time to go. Commit. Send it, Pappy, send it. As those were very rough trades. Yeah, now he can just rally. Now he can just rally across the map. Again, warpins that don't take long at all to get from one side to the other. Stalker's rallying in, and NightMare, he's going for the kill. He's going to punish the failed all-ins out of SHIN. GG gets called. NightMare ties the series up, and we are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, 2 attempted all-ins there out of SHIN. First one it just wasn't worth it. He killed 7 probes. He killed 7 workers at the third base. He failed to break the third. We had the follow-up all-in as well, but we saw so many Hydras getting picked off before the all-in really hit. As he was trying to catch out the High Templar, did get all the Templar, but lost every Hydra in the process. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see what map we load into. Let's go. Let us go. Where are we dropping? Oh. So we are getting into our next game. Loading into the ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, we have the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Go. So we're getting into our final game here of the series, loading into one of the smaller maps in the map pool as well. Again, welcome 1-0 to Pylon. Pylon is known for being one of the smaller maps out there. Shorter rushes by ground, aggression is favored on Pylon. It is similar to the last game, where we saw, because that shorter rush distance, we saw that SHIN committed into all-in after all-in did fail in the end. NightMare was able to shut it down. We'll see who's going to be the aggressor this time. Will SHIN do it once again, or will NightMare kind of take that role? Here we go. So now, Hatch Gas Pulls, standard opener out of SHIN. NightMare behind this, going for his own gate expand. Just catching up. I believe we already have some other updates going on when it comes to the rest of the brackets. We already have a herO. herO took down Nickrak 2-0, and we have herO waiting in the semifinals for the winner of this series. Most likely, we're going to be covering the upper semifinals first, followed by the lower semis. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Here we are fanning out. We have our tech of choice, going to be a Stargate opener out of NightMare once again. Game 1, he went Void Ray. Game 2, Oracle. Game 3, we're expecting Oracle once again, but again, NightMare, he has gone for quirkier builds before. Otherwise, we're expecting something more standard. Our last game, NightMare also went for earlier Twilight Council into earlier Blink, and that did actually factor in. Allowed him to counterattack. I wouldn't be opposed to an early Twilight Council timing again on Pylon. Wouldn't be opposed to it. Just because of the size of the map. But now, SHIN is droning. Pulls out of gas, gets Ling speed. Everything so far is looking standard from SHIN. Looking normal. We're just waiting to see the Twilight Council timing out of NightMare, assuming he even gets one. True. It's game 1, he went double Stargate, which was crazy. It was lost his mind, Pappy. He lost his mind. Here comes the third. SHIN does invest quite heavily into these Zerglings, so with this he can try to delay the third base and deny. As 14 Lings are finishing up. And SHIN moves out. Let's go. He has 18 in total. So 18 Zerglings. Twilight Council is going to be thrown down a little bit early. Similarly timed to last game. Similar. As Lings hit the third. Going for the expansion. Can he force a cancel? It's committing quite hard here. The base is getting low. Adept's getting free damage. And is this going to be worth it? Can he force that cancellation? It's close. He can get it up. Ooh, we'll force it just barely. Again, that was 18 Lings. 12 of them go down. It was a big investment, but SHIN gets it. Does pull it off behind this early Eva Chamber into +1 melee. Meanwhile, we had that earlier Twilight Council. Gateways are thrown down, and we're expecting Blink alongside this, just like last game. Stasis Trap is denied. Blink is on the way. A little bit delayed. We have a gateway explosion getting up to 6 gates. So 6 gate setup in the main. And it's been a while. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say it's been a while. We could see NightMare just go for an 8 all in, but he's double expanding. Bold move here by NightMare. Does double expand. Shield battery is done. Lings, they do pick up some adepts. Not the best trade though. That was 11 Zerglings for 1 adept. Ay, ay, ay. SHIN pulls away. And SHIN, he doesn't check the 4th base. If he were to, I mean, he could force a cancel. He's rotating. Yeah, he does rotate. He does check. And will deny. And the army tries to respond. Once again, we get a full surround. A nice cancellation. SHIN containing NightMare. And SHIN is building up into Hydra, or into Ling Main Hydra. There's that Baneliness, there's that Hydra Den. SHIN double expanding, getting a 4th and 5th base. Oh, as NightMare, he's out of position completely. Sorg's out of position. Ling's a bust into the mineral line. Shield battery goes down. Oof. Doesn't get the workers though. NightMare does warp in time, but he's stuck at home. And we're still waiting to see if SHIN does drone. Oh, let's see. Throws away a lot of Zerglings here. And 23 Lings for one Stalker so far. Tries to get another. Dive on the High Templar. Gets a Templar. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets 3. Wow. Gets all 3 High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. The +1 melee Zerglings. 3 High Templar go down. Okay. Let's go. So we just warp in. Again, Storm is done. But Storm was not ready. SHIN joining up to 74, joining up to almost 80. And once again, he wants to force those early storms. And this is worth it. This is so worth it for SHIN. Sniping High Templar, forcing out storms, catching stasis traps. Just slowing down the Protoss. Now we can focus and fixate on army production on purely Ling Bane Hydra. Here we go. And this is all lined up. +1 range, Baneling speed, and Hydra speed as well. All kicks in. It's going to be a tough hold. How many High Templar? 7. Okay. Despite sniping High Templar earlier, there's still 7 Templar left. We have a wall of shield batteries, cannons, stasis traps, and 7 High Templar, 7 storms. It's not going to be easy to break. And SHIN, he's going for it. SHIN, he's making a choice here. If he wanted to, he could throw down gases. He could throw down Infestation Bit, take up into Hive, and take up into Lurkers, right? He could be taking into Lurkers right now, but SHIN is choosing to max out on Ling Bane Hydra to end the game. So he's going for a lair-based all-in, choosing not to take up into Hive. Fleet Beacon's on the way. The longer this goes on, the better it is for NightMare. This is essentially SHIN going for an all-in, and NightMare, he's working towards Skytoss. Second Stargate, Fleet Beacon. Skytoss is coming. We gotta go. Oh! Storm goes up. High Templar, they force them off into Archon. 0 Templar left. No storms. Yeah, no storms. Banelings, they head into the mineral line. Hydras, they push in. The rest of the army's out of position. And not quite in position. Banelings, they crash into the mineral lines. Probes aren't going down. And so will the expansion. And you can see the High Templar, they're so late. Yeah, Templar, they're late to rotate, and the base will fall. And SHIN, he got what he wanted. Yes, respect the main army. Forcing out storms. Yeah, Lings, they move in once again. They force out the storms. There's what, 2 storms left. Down to 1. Down to 0. Yeah, that was the final storm. Archons are morphing in. There's not that many Hydras remaining. We're start stepping in, focusing on the Archons. Gets 1. And barely gets the other. And SHIN, it looks like he has done it. Cancel the expansion. From here he pulls away, rebuilding. 10 more Hydras, 10 more Lings. And SHIN, he has broken the back of NightMare. At this point, he has broken his back. Catching out more Stalkers. Brutal catch. Late reaction. We have some High Templar trickling in. Once again, Lings, they go for the surround. Oh, they get 2 more Templar. There's 1 Templar left. Oro más, papi, oro más. And SHIN, he wants it. Lings, they once again force a storm. They focus fire the High Templar. Templar does not get away, and SHIN has done it. He has broken NightMare. Again, NightMare, he had a massive army, but remember, all the setup was here. The cannons, the shield batteries, the stasis traps, the High Templar, the entire army, or most of the army was here at the 4th base, not at the 3rd. So NightMare, he was just out of position. He was caught out of position. If his entire army was ready, or if SHIN had pushed towards the 4th base, maybe NightMare holds. Maybe NightMare holds, maybe he defends, and he gets into Skytoss. But again, he was not in position, not at the 3rd base. And with that, SHIN will overwhelm. Slings, they're going to be overwhelming, they're going to be breaking through. We have some desperation storms here towards the end, but no shot, no shot. As GG gets called again, NightMare, he has nothing to work with. He's got the 1 Tempest shelling away, and SHIN, he will take the series at 2-1, advancing on to the semis. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Shin. He will claim the series. An intense back and forth. And as I mentioned, even here in this game, NightMare, he had a chance to defend, to recover, to be able to defend the 4th base specifically. As we pointed out, again, he had a wall of cannon, shield batteries, stasis traps, storms. He had most of his army at the 4th. But that's not where the fight happened, right? That's not where it happened. As a result, he was late to respond, late to rotate, and Shin was able to abuse the more exposed 3rd base instead with that GG. GG, well played. Shin, he will advance on, and now we are getting ready for our next series for the semis. Exclamation mark and be in the chat to have a look back yourselves. Also, a shout out to NightMare. Big shout out to NightMare for competing here tonight. Does go down in the quarterfinals, but hey, he made a series out of it. And as I mentioned before, NightMare, he only recently returned from retirement, right? Like NightMare, he only recently returned. He has been gone for quite some time, so he's still building up, still getting there. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, Shin, he will advance on, and we're now getting ready for the upper semifinals. Up next is going to be Shin versus who? Versus herO. Let's go. Aye, aye, aye. As herO has been patiently waiting. Let's go. And vetoes are underway. Just catching up in the chat. Would be love to see Shin win it all today. Last time was like a year ago. It's been a while. As you mentioned, Shin, he is a previous Tuna Cup champion, but he's not a regular champion, unfortunately. So far looking good. You will cast semifinals one by one. For Sparkling Tuna Cup, semifinals are always casted one after the other. Again, that is on a tournament by tournament basis. There are some tournaments that do cover both semis, like Wardy TV Monday or Sparkling Tuna Cup. There are other tournaments that do run them concurrently, like Pegasus Cup or Monday Night Weeklies, for example. So different events, different rule sets. But yes, for Sparkling Tuna Cup, we always do cover both semis. Actually, you can even just see it. You can, as you can see. Hold on, let's zoom in. As you can see on the challenge page, on the very top of the semifinals, it says semis both on stream, So it's even on the challenge page. Yes, vetoes are underway. ShoWTimE match not updated. It looks like ShoWTimE versus Triple are still ongoing, unless they didn't report the score and maybe they're already playing against Geralt. It's possible. Is possible. As vetoes are underway. Back to work. Take care, Senju. Take care. Cool. Also, as a reminder, we do have a random raffle to conduct later on. I should be getting that raffle ready as well. True. As this week we have 20 eligible players for the random raffle. I have 20 players. And we might just go on a short break here just before we jump in. And again, we still have some more results coming in. Oh, RJ Skater. I was fishing this weekend at the beach. Got a flounder. Sounds like a fun tournament to go with the fish theme, maybe. Maybe. The Floundering Cup? I don't... RJ Skater. Oh, no. Does sound like a fun name. True. Good to see you, Pappy. Good to see you. Take care. Take care. But yes, we're going to be going on a very short break here. We still have our videos underway, so we're going to be back in a couple of moments with SHIN versus herO. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. After that very short break, we have our upper semi-finals. We have our PVZ. We're here to determine who will be the first player to make it through into the grand finals. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is a herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, rocking his opponent's portrait, by the way. Let's go. Representing Weibo Gaming WBG, it is SHIN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. Let us go. Again, we have our PVZ. For those that are curious, both SHIN and herO, they of course are very good friends. If you do check out social medias from time to time, you have players like herO, SHIN, Bunny as well. All the ex-CJ boys, they have their own clique. They're still friends outside of just the game, and they do hang out from time to time. And we even have rocking the portrait. Let's go. Let's go. Behind this hatch gas pool, standard open out of SHIN, herO going for a gate expand as well. Everything looking normal so far, everything looking standard. Now, when it comes to the map itself, welcome to Persephone. Persephone is an interesting map in the map pool. Is a map that we often do cut in half. It can be very easy to force out a longer later game just because the bases are so secluded from each other, specifically referring to one half and the other half of the map. So we have seen a lot of late game here. At the same time, if you notice something out of SHIN, we spoke about this at the start of his series, but SHIN, he is often one to end games early. If he can win the game with a 2-base all-in, with a 3-base all-in, then he will commit, and we saw that against NightMare. We saw a lot of aggression, we saw a lot of all-ins out of SHIN, where he would cut workers, where he would cut tech, and even drone up to 80 at times, but cut tech and go for a lair-based all-in instead. If SHIN can avoid it, he will avoid the late game. Now, when it comes to herO, he often thrives in the mid game. When it comes to late game PVZ, you know, you have players like Classic, you have players like MaxPax that are a little bit more renowned for their late game. herO, not saying he can't late game, he can 100%, but he's more known for his mid game aggression. He's more known for his micro, his control, his aggression as well in said mid game. Not necessarily the cheesiest player, but a very aggressive player nonetheless. So we'll see how herO does shake things up. There are definitely maps where I do expect herO to be the defender and to turtle up and go into Sky Toss, for sure. There are maps that are more known for that. We'll see how he approaches Persephone. There are also some quirky features here, of course, like the gold base, for example, like the speed zones, like the healing pad as well. There is a lot going on here on Persephone. Short rush distance by air. For now, going for the Oracle. Oh my god. As it looks like we have confirmation when it comes to the lower semifinals. Geralt takes down ShoWTimE. Okay, Geralt, calm down. If you remember, I believe that happened, I think it was in last week's WarDTV Monday, right? I think it was in last week's Monday where Geralt also beat ShoWTimE as well. So 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks in a row, Geralt, he's popping up. Geralt. Ay, ay, ay. It's crazy. It's crazy. For now, earlier Evo Chamber out of SHIN. Going for the Evo Chamber, going into +1. +1 melee. Should be the upgrade of choice. With +1 melee, we can go into Ling Hydra as a unit composition. Typically, we do skip banelings and we do skip roaches. So SHIN going to be cutting some corners as there's that melee upgrade. Meanwhile, herO moves out. As he moves out, Lings, they try to move in. Adepts are ready back at him to defend. And Oracles, they will force a cancel on the Roach Warren. Okay, nicely done. Does force cancel, gets 1, 2, 3 drone kills. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot drones. Oof. And they do wreak havoc here. 6 drones going down. Very nice run by, very nice flyby. At the same time, SHIN attempts to hit the third, but hero's ready. Hero's ready to defend. He deflects. Behind this, Forge, Twilight Council, we're expecting +1 and Blink Stalker. Standard follow-up out of herO. And herO does open up with a lead. A very clean start out of herO. The Oracles pull away. They're keeping SHIN busy. And we have our upgrades. So herO just building up into that mid-game. SHIN, he does opt to go for the safety Roach Warren. Roach Warren is going to be rebuilt. Does rebuild here at the natural. Ooh, as herO, he's on the 4th base, and he will force a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Does deny, does cancel the 4th once again. I say again, just getting more damage, I mean. Stasis traps out of herO. And behind this, going to a zone gateway explosion. We have 4 more gates on the way. We have a 4-gate setup already. We're getting up to an 8-gate setup on 3 bases. 8 gateways, bays on the way for splash damage. Here, he's not going into Storm. He's working towards Colossus instead. So again, here he is taking up. SHIN, he is going to be investing into roaches. Interesting. I thought it was just going to be a safety Roach Warren, but no, SHIN, he's investing, and he's going for the all-in. Here we go. We have Overlord Speed on the way. We're going for the German Taxi. We're going for a Ling Roach Queen all-in. Before that happens, here he's here to knock down the 4th for a 2nd time. Will he get it? 4th base is getting low. Lings, they bait at the stasis. They bait out another. So far, SHIN, he's holding. He's holding on at the same time. Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. Nice target firing, getting up to 6 drone kills. Oh my god. herO, calm down. 6 drones do fall. herO pulls away. And again, here comes the all-in. The Dropper Lords are morphing in as we speak. And it's going to be all or nothing for SHIN. SHIN kind of works at 59. The 4th base is just for Larva. And he's going for it. Oh, here he just scattered. He just saw lack of saturation. He's somewhat aware. Goes further in. herO, he will scout the Dropper Lords. Big moment for herO. He knows. Cannons. Cannons are on the way. Shield batteries are on the way as well. herO throws in the Revelation, and the all-in is coming. Of course, knowing is half the battle. herO is building up Colossus. He's racing back home. Does race back. Whilst they don't take down the pylon. Oh, nice round on the Stalkers. Stalkers, they do get surrounded for a moment, but last herO, he does defend. Queen's now waddling in. And you can see Drop Lords into the main base, but herO, he's ready. He has a cannon. Cannon's in the main. Gateway goes down. The Colossus has arrived. Yeah, nice catting with the Colossus. Lings, they just get annihilated. Oh, decent piles. Oh, gets an Oracle. Very nice. Piles do connect. SHIN going further in. At the same time, Lings, they jump into the main base, but herO, he defends. herO, he defends the main. Now he can focus on the 3rd. Second Colossus has arrived, and you can see that SHIN, he's running out of steam here. He will get 1 Colossus. Oh, barely not. Jesus. Files almost connect. The Colossus is safe. Second one comes in. And with that herO, he shuts down the all-in. He takes down the Queens. They try to transfuse. Colossus gets saved. Once again, solid control here out of herO. He juggles well. The micro is there. And with that, SHIN, he's in a dire position. Remember, he has no drones. He has no saturation. SHIN is behind economically. And he has no upgrades either. He's got +1. He's got +1 melee. Oh, now he's forced to drone. Drones are on the way. And here, what does he do? Fleet Beacon. Jesus. Fleet Beacon. Second Stargate. He's rushing into Skytos. Again, here he knows he's ahead, so he's looking to get further ahead. Taking a further lead. Now, is this too greedy? Right? It's a second Stargate, Fleet Beacon, Templar Archives, +1 air attack, and +3 attack as well. This is a lot of resources invested into tech, into production, into upgrades, into things that won't really help if SHIN goes for a second all-in. So here's getting another base. And I bring this up because, hey, SHIN, he droned up only a little bit. You can see here, half saturation at the fourth base. Bailing speed is on the way, +2 melee is on the way, and you can see that SHIN, he's building up lings, roaches and ravagers. SHIN, he's getting ready for a second all-in. And just because here is ahead doesn't mean it's a sure thing that he will survive this. SHIN, he's building up, he's gearing up, he's getting ready. Cannons are on the way. Storm, it looks like, will be done in time. That'll be a big upgrade here for herO. Storm against Ling Bane can be brutal, and you can see this 4-hat Templar gathering energy. Templar gearing up. Ling Bane is spotted. herO, he just scouted the saturation. He just noticed, hey, you're undersaturated, so all in. He knows. And here he's got 7 cannons on the way. Jesus. Again, here he knows. He knows that an all-in is coming. He's throwing down even more cannons, even more shield batteries. Here he's fully turtling up on 4 bases. And again, hero's win condition is survive. Just survive and he wins. Meanwhile, SHIN, it's either he kills herO or he dies trying. One way or another, the game is about to end. SHIN, he's maxed out. Remember, the soup does lie. Sure, SHIN, he's up, what, 40 army supply, but alas, herO, he has cannons, shield batteries, storm, defensive setup, defender's advantage, high ground. There are other factors here for herO. Rocks are being knocked down. Nice storm. Okay, storm connects on the left. Oh, high Templar gets surrounded, and the storm is denied. Nice snipe. Nice snipe of the Templar. Bailey's are getting to the mineral line. The cannons are going down. We need more storms. Okay, decent storm. Decent storm in the Banelings. Mineral line goes down. That doesn't really matter as much. No more storms left. Going for the Colossus. Gets 1. Up. Gets 2. 2 Colossus go down. And the prism is full. The unload the prism. Make some space. Oh my god. The probes will take into a space here. High Templar going to be going down. Not a bad assault out of SHIN. He takes down the 4th. The 4th base, 24 probes. Again, herO, he couldn't juggle his Colossus. The prism was full of probes, which died anyway. And SHIN, not a bad trade. Not bad, but he doesn't kill. Yeah, he doesn't kill. We have the Spire on the way for anti-air. And SHIN is going to get ready for wave 3. I do still favor herO, though, because, hey, he's got Tempest. Tempest have been amassing. High Templar on the way, still has that 1 Colossus, and hero's going for the counterattack. Here we go. As Banelings, they will crash in. They shut down the Zealots. Zealots getting shut down. SHIN does pull back. Hopefully, I think, again, trying to just drag herO back home. Does pull apart his attention. And again, we're just building up more Skytails. The Corruptors will help, but these are going to be 0-0 Corruptors for SHIN. And again, the economy is still lackluster. He's still on 65 workers. He's taking another base. SHIN, he may decide to drone up here, but still so risky to do so. As the Prism is getting caught out. Tempest moving in. Move in, they pick up a couple of workers. How many Corruptors do we have? 6. Corruptors have arrived. Archon drop on the right hand side. Gets half of the mineral line, but this is still going to be an expensive loss here for herO. Losing 2 Archons. And here he comes. Here he breaks out, he pushes. He's got how many High Templar? 6. Jesus. 6 Templar. The Zealots have to pull away. Oh. Corruptors to get 1 Tempest, bit of miscontrol there out of herO. Does focus on his own mothership. A bit of a messy assault here. And here he has to get out of here. He has to pull away. SHIN coming in for the surround, locking him down. Nice help with the Bailings. Yeah, High Templar do full. That was the final storm. Corruptors are getting low. They do get the mothership. Mothership goes down. Tempest as well. But what about the ground army? Yeah, what about the ground army? The Archons, the Immortals, the Storm. The Tempest count gets reset, but the ground army persists. GG gets called, and herO will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, hyper aggression out of SHIN. He was more than all in. We saw 3 separate waves of all in there out of SHIN as he refused to drone up. And hey, the second assault actually did quite well when he broke the 4th base. He broke the 4th. He was able to cripple the economy. herO, he had some miscontrol. He was unable to save his Colossus. It was a messy fight out of herO. Despite that, still not enough for SHIN to really take a lead. He was still behind economically, and SHIN was just being outscaled over time. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if SHIN can recover and bounce back. We'll see if herO does claim the series. Just catching with the chat. How is SHIN playing herO and Mara at the same time? I don't think there's another tournament going on at the moment. I believe we're the only tournament currently. But yeah, apparently Loco's also streaming. He typically does cover mainly replays, though. I think it's quite rare to have him cast a live event. Outside of going to, like, you know, Home Story Cup or like an offline event. But it's all good. It's all good. So we're jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. We go. When it comes to other tournaments, bit of a PSA, but the Monday Night Weekly is in around 4 hours time. True. So a lot of these players that you're seeing here, they might stay up and play in the Monday Night Weekly as well. For those who are curious, Monday Night Weekly is a tournament organized by TKL and the French community, and is at a more European friendly time, more EU friendly. That's later tonight. We have yet to cast a Monday Night Weekly live here on the CranKy Ducklings, just because that's such a brutal time. But one day we'll cast it live. One day. Have reached out to us about covering it, and one day our schedules will line up. Maybe next week. As of now, our players are building up. We do have a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of SHIN. Likewise, herO going for a standard opener as well. Winding it back, again, as we mentioned previously, we expect hyper aggression and all-ins out of SHIN. He went for it on Persephone. Now we're loading into Incorporeal, and we're leaning more towards a 3-base all-in here as well. I say all-in, another build that is viable, another style that is viable on Incorporeal is Mutaplay. Going into a Spire, going into a Hidden Spire after a Roach Horn into Mutaplay is viable on some of these larger maps, as it is going to be a little bit more difficult to scout and difficult to punish said Mutaplay as well. So that is an option available here to SHIN. We'll see if he does go for it, or we'll see if he just goes into Ling Hydra again. Meanwhile, here he had a brutal early game last game where he was just picking off workers, pulling off stasis traps, denying the 4th base. You could argue that SHIN was forced into an all-in because of all that early damage. Good argue. As of now, we have just standard openers. Nothing crazy. Just poking in. Oracle's on the way. Incorporeal is another one of these maps where we expect herO to open up more defensively, getting to a 3rd base, into a 4th base, and being the defender, as this is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Here's what we're expecting. As from here, he's getting a 2nd Oracle. From here, he can expand. SHIN, he will attempt to delay, but hero's playing safe. The Oracle is protecting the probe. The Oracle does protect, and the 3rd base is thrown down. So he gets his 3rd. So far, so good. Behind this early Eva chamber out of SHIN, so this is for earlier +1 melee into, I say into Ling Hydra, but last game we did see, despite +1 melee, Roach play out of SHIN. So it's still viable. I will say there's a higher chance that we're going to be skipping Roaches, but still an option. As Oracle's a fan out on the right hand side. That's that melee upgrade. And this time SHIN is keeping up. Let's go. Does keep up, does focus on one of the Oracles, taking some hull damage. And here he has to pull away. Does pull away. Behind this, we do have the Forge and Twilight Council standard follow-up out of herO, going into +1 and Blink Stalkers. Last game, these Oracles got 6 drone kills. At this time, no damage. This time, SHIN is ready. So much cleaner defense out of our Zerg player. No Roaches. Gases are being taken. The lair is on the way. And we're expecting Hydra play. Once again, it's still on SHIN to keep up with these Oracles. herO does find a Queen. Oh. And does go for the dive. Queen is going to be targeted down. No transfuse. Gets one. Gets one Queen from here. Rotates over. Does hit another. Queen does get away. And here, this time he opts not to focus on the 4th base. So the 4th base will get up and running. So a bit of a give and take. Oh, Stasis Trap is denied. And SHIN, overall, he defends well. Sure, he lost the Queen, he lost 2 drones, but I mean, it could have been game 1. Like, game 1 was a lot worse. Was a much more difficult defense. herO behind this, we saw last game it going into Colossus, this time going into Storm. So Temple Archives into Storm. And SHIN, he's teching up. Okay, so I assumed that SHIN was going to get a 4th base, cut workers at like 70, and go into a Ling Hydra all-in. But no, we have a 4th base, we're double expanding, getting a 5th base as well, and we're taking up into an Infestation Pit, a sign of Hive Tech. Now herO, he scouts, he does not get eyes on the tech. He does not confirm the hidden tech structure. So here he doesn't know. You can see here he's walling up back at home and cannon is on the way. Because here is being so defensive and because SHIN is selling the story with these Zerglings, he's getting away with droning and with teching. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den is on the way as well. SHIN, he's rushing into Lurker tech. And typically the Zerg player would be vulnerable right now, but again, herO is throwing out more cannons. herO, he's getting ready to defend against a push that isn't coming. So a big misread here out of herO. Jesus, quadruple Oracle. Goes into 4 Oracles. He can kill the expansion. Yeah, he's going for the 5th. Not bad. We have some Hydra trickling on over. Gets a Hydra. I think SHIN can maybe say he should save the base. Does get low. We'll save it. Oh! So Oracles pull away. SHIN is drawn up to 85. And the Lunkers are coming. The Lunkers back. The Lunkers. Now, there's going to be a big power spike here for SHIN because he's going to have lurkers early, and herO, he's going to have a late fourth, late saturation. As a result, he's going to have a smaller army as he has a weaker economy. Now, it is still not easy to break a 4-basing player on Incorporeal, but SHIN has momentum, he has the opportunity. So we'll see if SHIN can break herO before Skytoss. As hero's throwing down more cannons, more shield batteries, stasis traps as well. Just a wall of sight defense. As here he's turtling up as hard as he can. Rotating around. Does rotate, will hit the third. Lurkers do borrow. Here he's racing over again. Here he's out of position. High Templar goes down. Nice knife. Storm does not connect. Storm doesn't connect, and SHIN slowly working his way through the gateways. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 gateways going down. Does create an opening. We can see herO going for the counter attack even. Okay. So he defends with High Templar, defends with Storm. And here he moves out, and there are barely any lurkers back in him to defend. Storms a zone away. Oof. Storms do connect. And back at home, there are 2 lurkers morphing in. Can herO break through? Can he break through? He takes down a queen. There are spine coolers here at the 4th base. Lurkers do arrive, and SHIN holds. Yeah, SHIN, he holds, he defends. And herO is being shut down. herO gets no damage done across the map. Ooh, but herO will clean this up. Lurkers are exposed. They have no support. And SHIN, he will lose every lurker. And SHIN, he doesn't get the expansion. SHIN, he fails to break the expansion. That was, I'm afraid to look, that was how many? That was 8 lurkers going down. herO, the Skytoss is coming. The Skytoss is on the way. And SHIN, he has to break this position. He has to keep going. Storm, a little bit premature. Storm doesn't connect. High Templar pulls away. SHIN is going in. Where are the storms? Yes, there are 0 High Templar, 0 storms. SHIN, he's so close. He's so close to breaking herO. Slowly moving in. Lurkers are exposed. And lurkers are being targeted down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Only 2 lurker kills. Lings, they overwhelm. They get on top of the stalkers. No storm, no archons. And with that, SHIN has done it. SHIN, he has done it. He has broken the expansion. I say that Tempest are arriving. Mothership as well. Ooh, no detection. Oh. Yeah, no detection for SHIN. The Overseer just now moving in. Okay, moves the Overseer. Hydras, they do force back the Mothership. Storm is connecting. The base is so close to falling. Can he get it? Oh no. Again, he should be able to. SHIN, he should barely have enough. There we go. Takes down the expansion. Takes down the Nexus. Just barely. And again, herO, he had a really rough start. As a reminder, he was assuming there was an all-in coming earlier. So he delayed his 4th base, he delayed his economy, he delayed his production. Likewise, when the first wave hit, herO was also out of position, and the counterattack that was meant to do crippling damage across the map failed to do so. So it all lined up for SHIN. And now he's going for the kill. And we're looking to force the ace match. Hydras, they lunge in, they get under the Tempest. 1, 2 Tempests go down. Lunging again. Let's go for the lunge. Boys are being pulled into a lurker. Oh god. Probes, get out of here. That's 16 probes falling. And again, herO just processing this game. He got faked out, Pap. He got faked out. Boys being pulled into Hydras. Natural base will fall. SHIN ensuring the herO doesn't get a ninja base up and running. And look, Skytoss is good. It's not that good. Not that good, Pap. If SHIN had a lower drone count, then maybe. But SHIN back in him is on 86 workers. The Spire is done. Corruptors are on the way. SHIN collapsing in. Takes down the Templar. And again, the final stand here for herO. The last mining base. Solo kiting. Kites well against the Zealots. Lunges forward, gets one of the Tempest. Lunk is there waddling in. And it is still a messy assault here from SHIN to the point where herO, he will survive. Does barely hold on. But SHIN, he can just reinforce. He can just back up, he can consolidate his army. Now moving in with Corruptors. Now he can actually get on top of the Tempest. GG gets called, and SHIN, he ties up the series. We are going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match again. An intense series so far. We have that back and forth. Again, we saw that SHIN, he was able to fake out his opponent. I should emphasize that as well. The fact that it wasn't that herO misread the situation, misread the game state out of nowhere. SHIN, he was puffing up his chest. He was purposely showing off Lings and Hydras and purposely being active on the map, when behind it, he was droning. Behind it, he was just droning. He was taking up. herO believed it was an all-in. That's why herO threw down a wall of cannons, and that's why herO delayed his fourth. So it's just a really rocky start out of herO. SHIN, he sold the story. Sold it well. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Getting into the final game of the series. Meanwhile, I do apologize as we were in the middle of that. But shout out to Inko. Shout out to Inko in the chat. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, for subscribing for 3 months in a row. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. As we're getting into our next game, getting to the ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss being forced into a tied series. Can he bring it back? It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. Here we go. Debated. He was debated, man. Was debated. As we're going to be loading into Pylon. Pylon is one of the smaller maps of the map pool, if not the smallest map of the map pool. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is heavily favored here on Pylon, and this does go both ways. I would be shocked to see SHIN go for the same build. I do not expect SHIN to double expand, get a 4th, get a 5th base, throw down Infestation Bit, drone up to 86, and get into Lurker Tank. That's not going to happen here. I'd say it's not going to happen. We're expecting earlier aggression from both players. We're expecting to see play on 3 base play, on maybe even 3 bases with a 4th base just for larva. We'll keep an eye on SHIN, as he has shown a plethora of different kind of all-ins. Against NightMare, we saw a lot of Ling Hydra all-ins. In game 1 against herO, we saw the attempted Roach Queen all-in with a German Taxi with Dropper Lords. Against NightMare, we saw the Queen walk across the map with Ling Queen. That was on Ultra Love. So SHIN's got some builds. He's got some builds. For now, we're calming down. Players are building up. Once again, Stargate open out a herO, which is to be expected. We don't really expect too much deviation when it comes to the openers. Going Stargates, going to the third base. We'll keep an eye open for the timing of the Twilight Council. If he gets it early, it could be for a Glaive Depth follow-up or early Blink Stalkers. Otherwise, at a standard timing, will just be +1 Blink Stalkers out of herO. So we'll see when he throws it down. Otherwise, SHIN is getting his third. Still just joining up. Likewise, we'll see if SHIN throws down an earlier Roach Warren, a later Evo Chamber. We'll keep an eye on his tech as well. As the first Oracle has arrived. First Oracle's moving out. herO is claiming his third base. And we have seen some Zerg players. I mean, we saw SHIN earlier against NightMare invest into 14 lings to rush across the map to force a cancel. Here he's just joining up. Very nice hold damage on the Oracle. SHIN, he defends well. He defends, zones away the Oracle. So far, no major damage from herO. As SHIN is keeping up. Second Oracle's on the way. Does attempt to catch some transferring workers. Does get one. Does get... Oh, two. Two drones going down. Goes back in. SHIN, he reacts in time. And so far, still does defend well. Behind this, standard timing here with the Forge, with the Twilight Council, +1 and Blink on the way. Standard follow-up out of herO. And SHIN, this time, no Evo Chamber. It's been a while, but this time he skips the Evo Chamber. Going for the Lair, going for the Roach Warren. No +1 melee. Now from here we could just go for the Lair into Hydras, into a rush into Hydra tech. Otherwise we could see a commitment into Roaches, into Roach Queen, into Overlord Speed. As there's that delayed Evo Chamber. Oh, speaking of delayed, it's going to be cancelled. Cancelled as well. Kills the drone. Nice pick up out of herO. Here he also scouts the later Evo Chamber and he saw the Roach Warren, so he knows it's not Ling heavy. So nice scouting out of herO.
Your forces are under attack.
God damn it, SHIN. Every time. God damn it. I just want to look at your vision, Pappy. Yeah. As here he's setting up back at home. Roaches are amassing, and SHIN, he's cutting workers at 63. We'll see if he drones up any further. We'll see if he commits with Roaches, as that's a lot of Roaches on the way. He has an Evo Chamber, no upgrades. Not yet. Ling production behind this. SHIN is getting a fourth base, but so far it looks like only for Larva. Oh, he does start +1 range. Okay. Starts the upgrade. This is indicative that we're going for a later timing. So +1 range. We have 3 drones in production as well. Looks like SHIN is building up. It's building up. Likewise, so is herO. Going for his Gateway Explosion. Oh, and if you recall, I mentioned this on Incorporeal in the last game. We didn't see it on Incorporeal, but we're seeing it here on Pylon. Bold move, Spire. Spire behind the main base. We're going into mutas. Oracles, they don't... Oh, no, he scouts! Here he does scout. He does barely confirm. He sees the Spire. That should not have happened. And here he knows. He's aware. Behind this, we have the Temple Archives on the way for Archons and for High Templar, for Storm. Charge on the way as well. And here he might try to move out before the mutas come into play, as there's still no 4th expansion. SHIN going for the Hydrogen. I do like this. This tells us that SHIN, he knows he got scouted. Like, he knows he got scouted, he knows he got seen. herO sees it. He sees everything. Oh my god. As herO goes for the drive-by, 5 drones going down. He confirms that the Spire was not cancelled, and he ensures that he forces it to finish. And herO sees everything at the natural as well. Again, last game herO was working with incomplete information. Here herO sees everything. And he's pushing. He's pushing here and now because he knows that SHIN is vulnerable. Leading they attempt to collapse in. Station trap going up. Roaches, nice starter stepping, gets on top of the stalkers. These are expensive losses for herO. Bleeding out a lot of stalkers. Oh, but herO coming in for this round. Uh-oh. Who's overextended? Roach is getting picked up. Better trade out of herO. Takes off the roaches. SHIN behind this, trying to work towards lurker tech. And we're still missing splash damage. We're still missing that storm. So herO trades well. Picks up roaches, picks up zerglings. Hive is on the way. Lurker den is done. And SHIN, he is building up into lurkers. Sure, he finished the Spire, but we have no intention of making use of it as it got scattered. And again, the goal for herO is to break SHIN before lurkers. And yes, lurkers are finishing up, but these are going to be lair tech lurkers. They do not have range, they don't have hive upgrades yet. hero's moving in, lurkers are revealed. Let's get the revelation. But SHIN, he holds in time. The lurkers are out. Here we're looking for a way in. Instantly we have the fleet beacon. Stargate's on the way. We're going into Sky Toss. herO is being active. But he shouldn't find too much damage. Oh. As he does land the storm. Storm does connect. We have a Nidus on the way for SHIN. Let's go. Going for the Nidus storm. Again, bearing in mind, this is a different setup and a different scenario compared to Incorporeal. On Incorporeal, here he was being overly defensive. Here he's being very active on the map. He rotates, he goes to the base. Goes for the expansion. Hatchery goes down, nice storms. Storm zone away. SHIN will lose his third. Again, SHIN having a hard time keeping up, losing a lurker. One lurker gets sniped. And SHIN doesn't have that overwhelming army supply. Not anymore. It's not there. Nidus into the main. And here, does he notice? Here, distract on the right hand side. Does warp into the main base. Oh, it's a bit of a delayed reaction. Decent storm on the Hydras. Nidus gets shut down. herO defends. Here he defends top right, defends the main base. Takes a trade in the center. SHIN, he's on the best position here. Does have lurkers across the map. Okay. Lurkers are ready, but the Sky Toss is building up. And these lurkers are exposed. Oof. Has to get out of here. Lurker goes down. SHIN pushing right down middle. Going for the third. But for the most part, here he's here. Oh, a bit of miscontrol though. Hightower kind of gets reset. No more storms. And not a bad fight. We do have a flanking Templar. Lurkers are trying to trade, trying to hold their own. No detection. The revelation does miss some of the lurkers. And SHIN trying to force the issue. There's that revelation. And these lurkers are all going to go down. He has to get the hell out of here. Nidus into the main. Here rotates into the main base. But these are still expensive trades for SHIN. As he's been losing a lot of lurkers. Good, Nidus up right. Pulling herO apart. Mining, getting 3 probe kills. And hopefully SHIN does get out of here. Oof. There we go, does pull out. Now, on the one hand, SHIN, he was able to trade well. He got a lot of High Templar, he denied some mining, he delayed herO, but the Sky Toss. This entire time, Tempests have been building up. We have 6 Tempests already. 6 Tempests, soon to be 8 Tempests as well. No Mothership yet. But here, he's getting into that ideal late game composition. SHIN, he's working on it. These are going to be 0/0 Corruptors, so he has no upgrades. Working on +3 range, that will help. The Lurkers will be decent. Are we getting too many Tempests, though? That's going to be 10 Tempests for herO. It's going to be a lot of Tempest. And we're still lacking that Mothership. The ground army is also crucial as well. There's only 3 Archons and 3 High Templar. There we go, just now morphing in. Morphing in more Archons. Now, in a head-on fight, I do favor herO, but we have seen SHIN just go back and forth and pull apart the attention of herO. Go for these counterattacks. The cannons are secure here on the 4th base, on the fringe location. The 3rd base is looking a little bit more bare bones. We'll see where SHIN strikes. SHIN has still yet to invest into any upgrades. But that is a lot of Corruptor. There it is, carrier production has begun. One Lurker gets behind the mineral line. Let's go. Yeah, the side defense is not quite in position. Oh, we got the 1 Zealot defense. Let's go. We got 2nd Zealot warps in. Again, we'll see how SHIN is able to make use of this army. Morphing in more Dropper Lords. Mobility is going to be on SHIN's side. Likewise, he's got a lot of Lunkers. It's going to be 17 Lurkers. Jesus. For SHIN. It's a lot of Lurkers. I'm just mainly worried about the battle in the sky. I'm worried about the Sky Toss. As that is 12 Tempest. Mongol does catch a Templar. Nice knife. Gets 2. 2 Templar go down. Very nice control by SHIN. Mongol does a quiet land. And here he's playing on a knife's edge. Like, he has to be so on top of his control here. He cannot just commit. He has to kite back. Poke in, pull away with the Tempest. So we have another Lurker drop. And SHIN just being so annoying with these Lurkers. Drops on both sides. SHIN, he just wants to send it, baby. Speaking of, SHIN's going for it. And SHIN goes for the dive. Oh, the Corruptors are on their own, and the Archons, they can't shut this down. Every Corruptor is going to go down. Ay, this is not the fight to take. SHIN. He pulls back. At the same time, 17 probe kills. That's a lot of economic damage, but here he's winning the main fight. He's pushing in. More bases going down. The High Templar, be careful. Ooh, the Templar, oh, they overextend. That's what, 4 or 5 Templar going down. A big miscontrol there by herO. Ay. Yeah, he moved controlled in. That was so many Templar going down to nothing, to a handful of Lurkers. And that means that the Corruptor Remax is that much stronger. That 1 Lurker still popping up. Here he's down to 5 Templar. Lurkers are coming in. Corruptors as well. Where are the storms? We get some decent storms. A massive powerbomb. Powerbomb connects. Tempest are going down. We're standing in the powerbombs. But here he has too much. Here he still breaks through. Takes care of all the lurkers. Another storm of the corruptors. Oh god. The storms are insane. The Archons are quite in position, but the corruptors will all go down. Yeah, corruptors do fall. herO pushes in. GG gets called, and herO snowballs out of control. herO will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations to herO, as he does claim the series. Does take it 2-1. Again, SHIN, he was able to hold his own and even had some nice moments in this series as well. Even in this game, SHIN, he was able to build up and get into his lurker tech, but he never quite was able to get into his own ideal army. Sure, he had Mass Corruptor, but his upgrades were lacking. He was trying to get into Greater Spire. The flyer attack upgrades, I should say, were lacking when it came to the corruptors, and his harass was solid, but the main fights were lacking. He was oftentimes overextending with his corruptors. As you saw, corruptors on their own, they just get annihilated. You need that support. You need the powerbomb support. You need the infestors, the fungal, the lurkers as well. They have their place. Otherwise, Storm and Archons just have their way with the corruptors. GG. GG, well played. So some messy fights towards the end there, and with that, congratulations. Congratulations, herO. He does overwhelm. And herO will be the first player to make it through into the grand finals. Who will play against him? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. Sorry, just messaging the players as we can switch the scenes over to the bracket. Exclamation mark, be in the chat, have a look back yourselves. Here we go. From the top, we have the upper semis concluding. We do have herO. herO takes down SHIN at 2-1. Does make it to the finals, and just below him we do have a Geralt popping off with a crazy upset. Geralt takes down ShoWTimE 2-1. ShoWTimE is out of the tournament. In my mind, ShoWTimE was almost a sure thing to the semis, but no, ShoWTimE is out. Geralt is in. We have ByuN versus Geralt going on in the lower semifinals. That is about to begin. We will soon get into that, into our fresh best of 3. Let's go. Let us go. As we do need a moment to set things up. Again, to determine is it going to be a Terran or a Protoss to face off against herO. Oh boy. Geralt's been winning versus ShoWTimE a few times lately. Yes, I mentioned this before, but I believe it was in last week's. Was it last week's WarDTV Monday? I think it was the WarDTV Monday, where Geralt beat ShoWTimE in the quarterfinals to make it to the semis. Where Geralt eventually went down to max packs in the semifinals, but still, like, Geralt had a really, really strong performance. So yeah, it's not the first time that Geralt has beaten ShoWTimE in recent weeks. Crazy. Interesting composition from herO. Ground forces defend the air. Yes, that is kind of the standard late game composition. When we say late game sky toss, it doesn't really tell the full story, but the late game composition you want is Tempest carrier with Archon and High Templar support to make sure that corruptors cannot dive in. So that's kind of like the standard unit composition that you want to be going for in the late game. Is true. And here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next series, into the lower semifinals, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Streamer Zone from Lena, Poland. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as the winner of this series plays against herO in the best of 5 grand finals. Oh boy. Here we go. Now, when it comes to TVP, when it comes to herO versus, when it comes to Geralt versus ByuN, these two players do go back and forth, and we have seen Geralt actually defeat ByuN as well in recent months. But again, Geralt specifically, he is ideal and he relies upon the late game. Like Geralt, he has some insane late game at TVP, and remember, ByuN, he is the most macro-oriented Terran player in Korea, maybe out of all players in the world, actually. Like, I think even Clem all-ins more than ByuN. ByuN is often playing for the mid game, often playing for at least a 3-base setup, and that kind of helps Geralt when it comes to getting into a longer game state as well. So we often have an intense back and forth between these two. We'll see if Geralt can slow the game down. For now, double gas. Double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC out of ByuN. Oh. It is going for the late CC. And with that, we can open up a Reacted Reaper Hellion. We can get into early Cyclone play. Technically, this can turn into a 1-base all-in, but we have full out of gas. And we can build up. From the side of Geralt, we're not really expecting too much deviation from the norm. We're expecting 3 Gapeling Stalker, Robo on 2 bases into a delayed third. On larger maps, you can get away with cutting corners, but here on Ultra Love, a smaller map of the map pool, so safe play is advised from the side of Rodos. From the side of Geralt, especially after scanning the delayed CC. No, wasn't it the Lily Cup? Oh, right, it might have been the Lily Cup instead. It's one of the two. I get confused. All the weeklies blend together, but yeah, that sounds correct. May have been the Lily Cup instead of What Is to Be Monday. It's one of the two. Spin is going to be zoned away. Behind this, going for his Mind Drop. And is committing quite a little bit hard here to the Mind Drop. Not going for 2, but building up into a 3rd Widow Mine. We'll have 4 by the time the medevac comes out. And we'll see what he can get done. Meanwhile, Geralt going into 3 Gate Blink. So 3 gateways here. Blink is on the way. Very safe play out of Geralt. From here, we can get a Robo and gases as well, and stay on 2 bases a little bit longer. As the hallucination does confirm the Mind Drop. The Mind Drop hasn't spotted. Geralt knows. He knows, he's aware, he's getting ready. Stalker's a fan out. 3rd base is on the way. That's going to be a 3rd base before the Robo. So slightly greedier play here out of Geralt, which I think you can get away with against ByuN. So my drop is deflected. Behind this, we have Hyperflight Rotors on the way. ByuN is very fond of this. For those that are curious, instead of going into Cloak Banshee, going to Hyperflight Rotors, this allows the Banshees to have much more micro potential. We're not going into Mass Banshee, but enough to harass. If this gets scattered, it also looks like Cloak as well, so it does force detection out of your opponent. As ByuN is building up into his own 3-1-1 setup. Nice control. Meanwhile, the Mind Drop for the most part was deflected. Geralt here defends well, getting into charge, getting into the mid game. So both players are building up. There is a lot of potential with these Banshees when it comes to ByuN's harass, when it comes to his control. And Geralt here has yet to confirm. As he looks for a way in. Here we go. Banshees, they do move out. Geralt, he does gain high ground vision. He can blink to the main. He does scout the tech lab. He sees it researching. He knows. He now knows that Banshees are coming. If he's familiar with a ByuN, then he would recognize it should be High Flight Rotors as well. As ByuN moves out. Going for the third. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. The shield battery is not good enough. And probes are going down, getting 1, 2, 3, 4 probe kills already. Ay, ay, ay. Geralt's out of position. He's racing on over. Late reaction. And no shield. Oh, sorry. Shield battery's a little bit further back at the natural. It's further back. Getting more probe kills. 12 probes going down. Ay, ay, ay. And ByuN is going for the kill. He's going for the throat. Third base is exposed. Behind this, ByuN is getting a third CC. He's building up into a longer game, but he might not need to. As Geralt, he's completely out of position. You can see the entire army in the main base. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this, Geralt. Not like this. And again, Geralt, he is distracted. The base should fall. And Geralt, he goes for the dive. He gets desperate. He gets 1, 2. He's going to get all 3 tanks. Does he save the expansion? No shot. Oh, he wants it. Oh, and ByuN. Barely. He does get the expansion. Nexus goes down. Just barely. And with that, Geralt, he's stuck on 2 bases. Again, brutal economic damage. ByuN back at home, he was not all in. He was expanding. It's building up. We have Stim on the way. Combat shields. Geralt, he has to counterattack. And back at home, what is it to defend? We have 2 Mines at the natural. Marauders are amassing. And Geralt, he cannot blink into the bases. ByuN is ready. ByuN, he's ready back at home. Ghost Academy's on the way for the Ghost production to deal with those High Templar, to deal with Storm. ByuN gets spotted. Stalkers, they attempt to engage. Bleeding out 1, 2, 3 Stalkers, 4, 5. Oh god, 6 Stalkers going down. Brutal losses for Geralt. And ByuN is looking to just overwhelm. Behind this, taking his third. Third base is getting up. With the help of Storm, ByuN, he shouldn't be able to break Geralt. Geralt, he should be able to survive and defend. At least for now. So the game should continue. ByuN's making his way into the main. Main base is exposed. ByuN keeping the attention of Geralt here in between the bases. Does cause a distraction. Drop into the main. And ByuN does unload. Yeah, these ults are going to go down. Brutal Storm though. Storm does connect. Geralt holding. Still an expensive hold as that's 2 Templar going down. Ay, ay, ay. Better trade for ByuN. Takes down the Templar. Takes down 10 probes. And Geralt's attention just being pulled apart. Again, he's holding, he's surviving, but ah, god. It's not pretty, man. It's not pretty. Thanks to the better trades, ByuN, he's up in supply. He has a better economy, of course. He's on 3 bases. And Geralt needs a 4th. He needs a 4th base. He needs an army as well. EMPs are ready. And High Templar, they're clumping. Oh, brutal EMPs. Yeah, EMPs, they connect. 0 storms. Ay, ay, ay. There's how many Templar? There's 3 Templar left. No energy. 1 storm lands. And that's going to be the only storm. Yeah, the only storm. With that, ByuN, he can stim and he can win. Takes down the Immortals, the High Templar, the remaining army. And ByuN's going for the kill. And GG, ByuN, he overwhelms, and ByuN will take game number 1. GG. Whew, a very intense game there out of ByuN. A lot of aggression, a lot of intensity there, I should say. Unfortunately, Geralt, he did actually have the tools to defend. He had the army supply to defend. As we saw, he eventually did clean up the army, but unfortunately, he was distracted. The mine drop, the drop play was dragging his attention into the main base. The entire Stalker army went back into the main, which meant the third base was exposed, and ByuN was able to snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. When ByuN killed the third base, that was almost game then and there, as the Protoss player was down an expansion, down a mineral line compared to the Terran. It was just a brutal position, and from there, ByuN, he got ahead, he stayed ahead. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Geralt can recover and tie things up. Let's go. The pressure is on. The pressure is on, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Here we go. Thanks for hosting. You're an animal. Quack, pappy, quack. Aye, aye, aye. Of course. Banshees did so much. They did. Banshees were also, if you recall, they killed, was it 12 probes? There was 12 workers going down in the lead up to the eventual aggression. Right, it was the Banshees that were distracting as well. That's why we had all the Stalkers in the main base. It was the Banshees causing them to come back into the main. We touched on, and I mean, I guess now you can see the kind of fruits of ByuN's labor, but there's a reason why ByuN has been very fond of going into Hyperflight Rotors instead of Cloak, just because you have so much more micro potential. With Cloak Banshees, I mean, if your opponent has no detection, they can do a lot of damage as well, but it is easier to scout, right? It's easier to scout, easier to confirm, so it's easier to get ready with detection. Whereas even if Hyperflight Rotors get scouted, the Banshees have potential to deal more damage, as opposed to Cloak Banshee. So this is something that ByuN has been very fond of. We have yet to see many of the other Terran players embrace that. I think Clem has been playing around with it a little bit. But at least currently ByuN is more fond of it than the others. At least currently. As ByuN once again going double gas into a faster factory. Last game this led into a Widowmine drop, into a triple Widowmine drop. We'll see if ByuN goes for that again. Let's triple Widowmine into the eventual Speed Banshees. As Goji does scout, it does confirm the timing of the CC. So he's aware of the earlier tech, and this time we're carrying a little bit harder here into Reaper Hellion. Okay. So ByuN does invest into the initial Reaper Hellion. With this, he can move out, he can threaten mineral lines. The goal here is to bust into the natural or into the main base and go for the workers, go for the probes. We'll see if ByuN can get in. He does move out. Behind this, we have our tech lab on the factory. We can go for the add-on swap into Banshee play. So Banshees are still on the table. There's the swap. There are the Banshees. I'm assuming instead of Raven. I'm assuming. As Reaper Hellion gets in, Geralt out of position. Yeah, probes are lining up. Geralt recalling back home. And, oh, that is going to be brutal damage here. That's going to be 4 probes going down. 4 probes, and the army does get away. I believe that's only 1 Hellion going down. A very nice trade here for ByuN. 1 Hellion for 5 probes. Ay, ay, ay. So a solid trade. This time we're not going for Hyperflight Rotors. This time we're actually going for Cloak. Let's go. The mind games. Cloak is on the way. Which means when Geralt scouts, he's going to second guess himself. Like, is it Cloak? Is it not? It's ByuN. What's it going to be? Geralt, he should not skip detection. So he does get eyes on the research. Thankfully, Robo's on the way. That's going to be a Robo and gases on 2 bases. Geralt, he will delay his 3rd. So very safe play here out of Geralt. Delaying his 3rd expansion. But overall, ByuN is in the driver's seat. Oh. Jumps into the main. Jumps into the main, bleeds out one of the Reapers. And ByuN confirms. He scouts the gases. He's aware of the later 3rd base. And from here, ByuN can expand. And not to expand. As we're building up into a longer game, Geralt, he's actually taking up into Colossus, not into Storm. Colossus on the way, double Banshee into the main base. Detection is available. We have the Observer at the natural, not in the main. Uh-oh. Observer's not in position. Banshees, they dip in, they one-shot probes. Got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 probes going down. The Observer's coming. Oh, good. And we're going to get the mineral line here. The entire mineral line is going to go down. Insane damage. The Observer now coming in. 15 probes going down. That's the entire mineral line. And ByuN, he just expands. Again, there's no rush, to be honest. There's no rush for ByuN. He can just calm down. He pulls back with the army. He's like, you know what? I'm going to just calm down. I'm just going to just expand. 3rd base on the way. ByuN getting further ahead. Now, what I will say is that Geralt, he actually opts to go not Colossus, Disruptor first. Okay. Disruptors, they have a lot of potential for damage. Obviously, they can excel. If they land well, they can make up for a supply deficit. So Disruptors, they can be a way to come back despite being behind. Geralt, he has detection. Sorry, he has potential, I should say. ByuN moves out. Rotates on the left. Hallucination does spot the move out. Geralt is aware. And Geralt trying to get in position. Disruptor's coming in. But Geralt's out of position. He's on the low ground. The army moves into the base. Nova goes off and does graze the army. Stalkers are going to be able to clean this up. He gets 1, he gets 2 tanks. Just one tank. That's not worth it. And ByuN is snowballing out of control. He breaks through the main army, pushes into the expansion, and there's almost nothing to defend. There's a handful of Stalkers, a handful of Zealots. And ByuN, he can just stim. He can just stim in. 1 Colossus has arrived. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A very strong start here out of ByuN, very strong showing. Once again, we speak about TVP quite often, about how momentum based it is. How both in game 1 and game 2, what occurred leading into the mid game, economic damage. ByuN in game 1 with Hyperflight Rotor Banshees, in game 2 with Cloak Banshees. ByuN, he crippled the economy. It allowed ByuN to get comfortable. It slowed Geralt down when it came to his economy, his production, his everything. And ByuN just snowballed out of control. So a very strong start in both games led into ByuN getting into a very comfortable game state. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, ByuN. He will claim the series, and we have our grand finals ready for us. Let's go. It's going to be a TVP between herO and ByuN. Oh. We have our Terran versus Protoss matchup, as vetoes are underway. and we will soon get into it. But before the grand finals, you know what time it is? It's Gamba time. It is Gamba time. Predictions? Not quite. Gamba time in a different way. It's time for La Rifa, papi. La Rifa. Here we go. So as a reminder, for our tournaments for Sparkling Tuna Cup, SDO, and MSO as well, we do host a random participation raffle for all the players. For all the players that did compete here tonight, you have an equal chance to walk away a little bit richer with 5 USD. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild, but all players are equally eligible. Doesn't matter if you went down in the first round or the second round. Doesn't matter if you're a finalist. You have an equal chance to walk away with 5 extra USD. Also, a big shout in the chat. A shout to No Screen. Baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months, almost half a year of support. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. We do appreciate the support. As always, hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. As we have 20 players this week. As a reminder as well, the way this raffle works is you have to have played your games. If a player signed up, checked in, and forfeited, they are ineligible for the raffle. And I think we have all players competing. Yeah, all players did play out their matches. So thankfully this week, no one is ineligible. And here we go. This week, the random raffle winner is... Congratulations to Nickeract. Nickeract does walk away a little bit richer here. Quickly checking the bracket, Nickeract, he took down herO in the first round. That's I'm Cooked, and he went down to herO in the quarterfinals. So Nickeract, he went down in the quarterfinals. Despite that, does walk away a little bit richer here. You can see the other players lined up. We have Percival, we have herO, we have Flexi. It's a lot of Terrence. And ShoWTimE and ByuN towards the end. But alas, only the winner walks away with 5 extra USD. So GG, well played. Also a big shout out to Hatsu in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. For those that are curious, Hatsu was streaming. Hatsu was casting the semifinals earlier. So hope you had a great time as we are getting into the finals. And again, Nickeract does walk away with 5 extra USD. GG, GG. Every single time ByuN is always so interested. He's like, hey, who won the raffle this week? Who won? I'm like, Nickeract. He's like Z. Rigged, papi, rigged. ByuN, he always wants to know who won the raffle. ByuN. But here we go. We're getting into the grand finals, and spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is herO. Go as we're getting into our best of 5. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we open up with a proxy right outside the main. Let's go. So ByuN does move out with the initial SCV, bearing in mind he does have a second SCV as well, so proxy 2 racks out of ByuN. He will commit. Here he moves out across the map. He will not scout his third base location. He will move out across instead. Here he will find that Arax is missing, but alas, he will not find the proxy initially, at least. Oh boy. Here we go. Araxes are going to be building up. We have the 1 gas back at home. We're not really set up for add-on, so 2 ranks Reaper out of ByuN. Here he confirms the Rax is missing. He sees, he knows something is wrong, something is amiss. Here he decides not to make us. Okay, there we go. Safety Zealot's on the way. Does get a Safety Zealot. For all he knows, it could be Proxy Marauder, it could be Proxy Reaper. The SCVs did race back home, so no bunker rush. No bunkers at the natural. And the first Reaper has arrived. And we'll see how many probes that ByuN can kill. We'll see if herO can micro well. as he does pull away the weakened probe. Does pull away. And one of your almost goes down. Oh my god, that should not have happened this round. GG gets pulled here. He kills the first Reaper. That should not have happened. And herO, he will take game number 1. GG. ByuN, at times renowned for his Reaper control, but he lost the first Reaper to probes. And with that, herO, he shuts down the aggression, he shuts down the proxy, and herO will take a 1-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Here, he's like, ByuN, I thought you got the Reaper nerfed back in the day. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, no. No. ByuN getting a little bit too excited. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on torches. We'll see if ByuN can redeem himself. We'll see if we can actually get into our game this time. Let's go. Let us go. As again, when you're going for a proxy like that, you cannot afford to lose your first Reaper to probes. Like, that is the worst case scenario. I mean, that was a brutal start for ByuN. And here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss. It is herO. herO leading the series 1-0 already. A nice start for herO, but bear this in mind, best of 5, right? It is a best of 5, so we have more games ahead of us. We have plenty more to come. This time, the Rax is back at home. This ByuN, he's got it out of his system. He's got it out. He's been able to. He's going to be able to embrace a bit of a more standard setup. I say that. Hello. What's going on? ByuN, he will skirt around the edge of the map. He will hide the SCV, which means he could slip in and go for the eBay block at the natural. Yeah, the SCV does rally forward. We're going for the block. herO does move down early with the probe. He scouts, he checks behind the gas geyser, which means he will scout the eBay and he can pull the boys. Yeah, so better start for herO. The boys are being pulled, and this eBay should not finish. It should not get close to finishing, and herO can expand. So basically, the way this works, if herO wasn't checking for a proxy on the low ground, and if he didn't see this eBay, the eBay would have been up to like 90 to 99% done. ByuN pulls out, and because of so much progression, there would be so much HP, and herO would be forced to expand at the third. He'd be forced to expand at the third location instead. He'll be denied the natural, and ByuN could abuse herO as a result, but that didn't happen. It got scattered early, herO shut it down. With that, herO expands. So a much more comfortable start out of herO. ByuN has to pull out, and behind this going for the factory before CC. So it was a bit of a gamble there by ByuN. Didn't quite pay off. Oh, let's go. As ByuN is being cheeky. So the way this works here, if herO opens up a depth, which he does, if herO moves out, which he does, and if herO shades up the ramp towards the main base, then ByuN is set up to surround. He's laid a trap, essentially. He's laid a trap to come in from behind to be able to catch out the adept and kill the first gateway unit. So cheeky move here by ByuN. herO does poke in, does shade. ByuN, he can come in from behind. And the adept is going to be trapped. The adept gets caught out. So far, nice stutter stepping, and I believe the adept should go down. And with that, a nice start out of ByuN. Let's go. Nice little start. Again, cheeky move. From here, he pulls away, only losing 1 Marine. And this means that herO has that much less to harass. To apply pressure. herO has to back up. herO backs off. Behind this, ooh, I should have pointed this out. It is going to be a Stargate opener out of herO. Does open Stargate into Phoenixes. Again, Stargate play is a little bit more common on torches, and there's a reason for that. The reason why, short rush distance. Short rush distance by air does mean that air play is a little more common, and it goes both ways. We see a lot of Banshee play on torches, and Phoenixes are a really good way to hard counter the Banshees. Likewise, Phoenixes can also snowball out of control as well. Meanwhile, ByuN delaying the starport, setting up for a 2-base all-in. Do you see what I see? I see a second Rax. And what are we expecting? We're expecting a third Rax. We're expecting a third Rax before the starport. Early out on stop, we are rushing into insanely fast stim. So again, this looks like a 3-1-1 2-base all-in out of ByuN. And herO opening up Stargate is not going to be ideal. What are Phoenix is going to do? Lift up one Marine at a time? They're not going to do much here. Remember, this is going to be a push that is heavily reliant on Marines, not on tanks. If it was tank-based, then, hey, the Phoenixes, they can lift up the tanks, right? They can lift them up one at a time. They can pick off the tanks. They can pick off the medevacs. Oh, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be a third Rax. That is a 2-on-1. That's going to be a starport after the second Rax instead. Okay. Yeah, my attention. Phoenixes, they confirm. They do scouts. Nice start stepping. Gets a Phoenix. One Phoenix does fall. But that's still going to be 4 CV kills. There's the add-on swap into the medevacs. Ooh, another Phoenix goes down. That's going to be 2. Yeah, it's going to be 2 Phoenixes. For 5 SCVs and a Cyclone. At least he wears scouts, and at least he knows. He knows what's coming. He knows about early stim. He's fully aware. Because this is a 2-on-1, there's a higher chance that ByuN expands from here. So we'll see if he does. As a reminder, because of the Stargate opener, late charge, late blink, late +1, charge just has now begun. So there's still a window in time where ByuN can move out. Speaking of, he's going for it. Does move out with a double drop. Phoenixes are deflected. Oh, ByuN trying to catch the Phoenixes. Bold move. These Phoenixes, they race back home. The armies do miss each other. And charge is only halfway done. The ground army is lacking here, but it might be large enough to defend. As ByuN still looking for the fight, still looking for the Phoenixes, still fanning out, still trying to be active. Oh, speaking of, herO laying the trap. Sorry, ByuN laying the trap even. Trying to come in from behind. herO, he does go back into the main. ByuN, can he catch him? Does him. Yeah, he stims, he gets spotted, and herO, he should get away. Yeah, he should get away here. There is dead space. The Phoenixes, they stack, and herO's safe. And he can always recall. Storm is on the way. Oh! herO, he does get a medevac. Nice pickup. Medevac goes down. herO, he's saturating his third base. Charge is now done. Storm is in production. And ByuN does take a third. Oh, look, losing another medevac. Or at least taking hits. Catching out 2 Widow Mines. Very nice control here by herO. Catching mines. Threatening a backstab. And ByuN commits. ByuN is moving out. But he's going to be pushing into Storm. Storm is ready. 5 more seconds. Storm is not done. Zealots to engage. Oh, brutal. Oh, God. Brutal storms. They blanket the army. And here he can just collapse in. He can and he will. The tank goes down. We chase down the medevacs. Oh, there's still a lot of bio, though. There's still a lot of Marines left over. And we need one more storm. And no storms left. ByuN, he might still break through. The army is overstimmed. Boys are being pulled. Zealots are charging in. And the storm does land. Oh, brutal storm. Storms, they clean up most of the army. And ByuN, he will lose everything. He will lose everything. He still does get the mineral line. That's going to be 21 probes going down. Is that enough? Is that enough damage? ByuN back at home on 52. 52 SCVs, getting a third base. Does trade with herO. Does trade. The one things that do survive for herO are the Phoenixes. Still getting value, not bad. Picking up a couple of SCVs. ByuN taking up into Ghost. Still very tense between the two. But herO, he is resaturating. Almost completely resaturated. Getting his third base up. From here, herO can take a fourth. Oh. Nice EMP. EMP does land. And the high tempo they clumped. Do we EMP? Oh, he does! Yeah, very nice. EMP connects. One storm grazed the army. No storms left. So the high tempo coming in. Better storm. But at the tempo they're being chased down. Forced to make Archons. Yeah, better engage for ByuN. As there are a couple of Templar morphing in. Again, if you've been watching ByuN as of late, he's had some insane EMPs. So here he has to be so careful with this high Templar. He has to spread out. He cannot clump. If he does, all it takes is one EMP to just shut him down. If you recall, that was last week during Pegasus Cup, I believe. It was ByuN versus herO, and eventually ByuN versus Max. I do recommend it. Last week's Pegasus Cup was crazy. As that was another best of 5 between herO and ByuN. Went all the way to the ace match. Ooh. As Phoenixes are getting called out, that's 3 Phoenixes going down. ByuN is pushing. And how many Templar to defend? 8. There's 8 high Templar. They are spread out. And this will come down to the EMPs. Speaking of, does land the EMP. Catching 2 so far. There's 6 Templar left. Phoenix, they catch a reinforcing medevac. EMPs are somewhat connecting. Oof, they are. Jesus. 0 storms. Every EMP lands. Yeah, every EMP lands. 0 storms. Ay. We have 1 energy overcharge. Potentially. Do we have any storms? There it is. He lands 1. Okay, does land a storm. Cells charge in as well. But we have too many reinforcements. ByuN, he's done it. ByuN, at this one, he has done it. He has broken the back of herO. Again, despite having 8 high tempo, there was only 1 storm. He clumped up too much, Pappy, too much. But the Wednesday zone away, and ByuN is just snowballing out of control. Sims on forward. Mine shots going up. Oof. Does connect. The army is overstimmed. The Archons are putting in a lot of work. But it's still not enough. He still has too much. I say that he doesn't get into the mineral line. herO, he's holding on. He's holding back. ByuN has to back up. He did lose a lot of reinforcing medevacs to the Phoenixes. So he has no support. Oh, Jesus. So we'll bleed out 2 more. Down to 3. Phoenixes left, so there are 4 high Templar to work with. They're all at the 3rd. And there's how many ghosts? There's 13. 13 ghosts. The storms, they do nothing, Pappy. Because we just don't have them. Feels EMP, man. Prism is out. Now we have seen ByuN have some insane reflexes and just like predict the landing and EMP high tempo even if they do drop off from the prism. So it comes down to the unit control, comes down to the EMPs. Does ByuN catch out these Templar? Does he catch him out? Here's supply blocked. There's 7 Templar in total. Hero moving it with his army. Prism gets spotted. And does he land? Oh! If he goes off. Oh, the full Prism goes down! Ay, ay, ay! Ah, that was worst case scenario. Prism does fall. That's 4 Templar falling. And yeah, there won't be any storms. There won't be any storms. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN, he's locked in, man. He's locked in. He's crazy. Hide your Templar. ByuN's coming for you. He's coming. As here he attempts to counterattack, ByuN is in position. And ByuN is about to max out. He's about to max out with the more efficient army. What does Hero have? He's down to... I mean, he does have 3 Colossus, true. What is the Viking count looking like? It's quite low, actually. 6 Vikings for ByuN. So despite the struggles that Hero's had when it comes to his High Templar, when it comes to his Storm, he's now up to 3 Colossus, moving towards Disruptors. He's done with Storm at this point. I mean, I say that he still has 8 High Templar. But thankfully, he's refining his splash damage. He's not purely reliant on Storm. Not anymore. He has Colossus and Disruptors. And the Viking count is still low. Nice SimCity. Hero moves in, trying to catch out the army. Here come the storms. Oh. High Templar gets spotted. Hero, he has to pull away. Toss pull back. There's a recall back home. It all comes down to the engage. It all comes down to the main fight. Do the EMPs land? Do the Novas connect? True. Speaking of. Nova goes off, doesn't quite connect. Nice target firing out of ByuN. But a nice storm on the Vikings. If the Vikings go down, the Colossus can actually have free reign on the army. So again, there's a lot more complexity going on when it comes to the main armies. Doom drop into the main. Fusion core on the way, that should be for Liberator range. So get into all that freedom. As ByuN drops in. Drops into the main, lands an EMP. Does EMP the High Templar once again? Oh good, the High Templar get caught out. But ByuN will have to lift. He's actually trading quite well. Trades decently well, does pull out. At the same time pushing on the left-hand side. Ghost gets feedback. Oh no! Catching out 2 free Disruptors. Yeah, missed rally by Hero. ByuN still has better trades. Nova's a crazy army. Colossus goes down. Decent fight, but at last ByuN, he will lose every Viking. Yeah, the Viking count is reset. ByuN, he has to back off, has to pull away. And he's making 4 Vikings at a time. That was a messy fight. ByuN, he does preserve his ghost count. Storms are coming in. Oh, decent storm. Storm lands. ByuN dropping on the right hand side once again, going for a Doom drop. Hero pushing on the left. And Hero, he does not have a recall into the main. And no recall. Army stems in. Hero, he commits. Brutally appease. Yeah, no storm. No storm, not anymore. High Templar got caught. Nice target firing. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 Disruptors. 1 Nova goes up. And there's only 1 Colossus remaining. ByuN, he's holding. He's holding back at home across the map. He gets into the production. Gateways are going down. And here he's forced to recall. He recalls to his natural. Ay, ay, ay. Here he fails to push across the map. Oh, nice Novas. Gets a couple of ghosts. As ByuN does snipe. Oof, will lose most of his army. Yeah, that was not worth it. ByuN overstayed his welcome. He plummets in supply. At the same time, denies the gold. That's a kill that I cancel. Also go base. Getting into Liberators. So we have a shaky back and forth again. ByuN, he lost a lot of supply in the main base. He did overstay his welcome. Here, he's still in this. Still has 6 disruptors. That's a lot of Novas. And this is where ghosts are less effective and Liberators are more effective, right? That's why we do need those Liberators to zone away the ground army, to have a better answer against the disruptors. 2 Novas going up. Third Nova. Remember, he has 6 in total. So we got to count the Novas. So he has 3 left. They're coming off of cooldown. As Liberators do harass across the map. Just being as annoying as possible. 6 probes going down, 2 Stalkers as well. Novas are coming in. So I'll send a couple of EMPs. Novas they zone away. They stop ByuN from advancing. And again, that's why ByuN needs those Liberators. Is making 3 at a time. They're coming. He needs the freedom. As herO tops up the army. Oh, another Liberator here into the French base. herO pushing in. Oh. Gets a medevac. Toss got a medevac. Another triple drop here from ByuN. Sniping a Templar. And here, how does he respond? Nothing is in position. Base goes down. Here, he's racing over. We have some High Templar in the main. Stalkers as well. And there's no EMP, there's no Storm. Sorry, there's no Ghost, I should say. As Storms, they pop up. Ah, but ByuN, he can just tank it. Yeah, he tanks the Storms. Ooh, we lose 1 medevac. 1 medevac goes down. ByuN pushing on the left-hand side. Here out of position, force a recall. Oh, denies the warp in. Yeah, warp in is denied. Disruptors are exposed. Nice spread, nice splits. Going for the disruptors. Oh my god. And he keeps on going. He drops on the disruptors as well. And he'll reset the disruptor count. That's going to be what? 8 disruptors going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that was not the recall to go for. And here he plummets in supply. He will lose every disruptor. Liberators are coming from behind. They help out. They do what they can. As their anti-air is not ideal. And here just falling apart. Those are brutal losses. Even here losing a Colossus as well. And so many disruptors falling. We're down to how many? Down to 3. 3 disruptors left. Towards the end, the fight was messy from both sides, to be fair. It was messy. Even here. 2 ghosts going down. Every ghost counts. No one can max out. herO's pushing. Liberators did survive. There's 7 Liberators on the map. And ByuN should be fine. With Liberation Zones, he shouldn't be broken. Shouldn't be. As he will lose a base. At the same time, ghosts they drop across the map. No detection. Probes are going down. Gets the entire mineral line, and Liberation has arrived. Oof. Stalkers they get punished. herO he cannot push in. The Nova's not quite connecting. Nice target find, catching out 1, 2, 3, 4 disruptors. Oh god. Disruptors they get targeted down, and ByuN he's running away with this. He will overwhelm. He'll make up for game 1. As a reminder, game 1 lasted like a minute, if that. It was a very short game. But ByuN has been allowed to get into a longer game state here against herO. has been able to outtrade him for most of the game as well. As herO, he's down to 26 probes, barely an economy. GG gets called as herO, he runs out of steam, and ByuN will tie up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We have a back and forth. We have a series. As a reminder, this is still a best of 5, but again, ByuN had a very, I mean, I say a strong start. It was a chaotic start. If you remember, herO, he opened up Phoenixes. ByuN went for a 2-1-1, and we had an interesting result where ByuN was able to break through. He was able to reset the mineral counts, reset the worker counts at the third base, cripple the economy. At the same time, ByuN also lost everything when it came to his army, so we had that back and forth. It was a little bit shaky, but eventually ByuN got into his mass ghost, and he was able to be so efficient with his EMPs, with his trades, just out trading herO time and time again. And again, this is what ByuN is known for. He's known for his ghost plays, known for his EMPs coming into the late game of TVP. It's what he's best at. And it's how he beat it's how he beats herO last week in the Pegasus Cup in those semifinals. Can he do it again? Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into our next game, loading into Persephone. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Being forced into a tied series, we'll see if he can take a lead and bring it back. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. So we get into game 3, and so far it's been an intense back and forth between herO and ByuN. And again, ByuN, you got to get into his stride. There's a reason why ByuN is known for his mid game, his mid to late game in Terran versus Protoss, because of his ghost play, his ghost control, his micro, his drop play as well. He was just pulling herO apart. He was able to outposition and catch out High Templar time and time again. And sure, Storm has been all around the meta in recent times, but ByuN, he just makes sure there is no Storm. Just EMP, papi. True. Just EMP. Of course, very solid control and map awareness and map vision as well out of ByuN. To be able to be aware of the High Templar ahead of time, to react, to respond, to shut him down. GG. But also, again, it was a quirkier start out of herO opening up Phoenixes. I don't expect to see Stargate play again in this series. We'll see what herO goes for. As last game, it was a Phoenix opener into charge into Storm. This time we're expecting a Twilight Council. But now double gas opener out of ByuN, going for a faster factory, delayed CC. With this, we can end up going into earlier Cyclone production, Reaper Hellion. We can also head into earlier add-on swap into Banshee play. We'll see where ByuN takes us. Just need ByuN level micro. True. Just hashtag play like ByuN. That's all you gotta do, Pack. That's all you gotta do. Just destroy your wrists. Este ByuN. As from here, we are going for the early Cyclone. As you mentioned, it was one of the options for ByuN. So Tech Lab into early Cyclone. Getting into his 1-1-1. If you recall in the previous series against Geralt, we did bring up the fact that ByuN is very fond of going into Hyperflight Rotor Banshees. So we expect to see that at some point in this series. Meanwhile, herO opening up not Stargate, but also not Twilight Council, does open up Robo. Very interesting here out of herO. Does mix things up. Robo opener is typically considered a safer way to play. We'll get into it. For now, the Stalkers do poke in. Oh. Poke in. Lock on shuts down one of the Stalkers. But nice control out of herO. We'll lose one. And he does, oh no, he barely does not get the Cyclone. Cyclone does pull away. But ByuN has to abandon the low ground. The CC is still delayed. Has to pick up at a herO. Robo's almost done. Now getting to a Robo opener does allow for early Immortal production, early Immortals, early War Prism as well. The reason why we say this is more defensive is because we are going to be lacking map control. There's no blink. There's no blink stalkers. Likewise, there is no Phoenixes, so no way to shut down drop play. But we can start earlier Immortals and earlier Colossus. Oh, Cyclone does go down. These Stalkers are getting quite a lot done early on. So yeah, Cyclone falls, Reaper as well. Now going for the SCV, still delays the CC. Yeah, 2-3 workers falling, and ByuN has to abandon the low ground. Behind this, going into High Flight Rotors, going into Banshees, but this is still brutal damage early on. And herO expands. herO, he expands. Going for a delayed Twilight Council. Observer is out thanks to the Robo. And can he deny... Oh, jeez. Can he shut down the Banshee? It looks like he cannot. Yeah, with 3 Stalkers, it's not going to be enough. ByuN will hold. He will hold, he will defend, but he's still stuck on 1 base. That's what matters here. Still stuck on 1 expansion. Observer gets caught out. 2 observers. Yeah, miss rally out of herO, throws away the 2nd observer. But at least herO is aware of the tech lab and the research. He's aware. So we go. herO does pull away. Behind this, getting his third base saturated. And from here, the pressure is very much so on ByuN. ByuN has been stuck on a 1 base economy for quite some time. He's backing up more Banshees. He has 2. Vikings on the way behind this as well. And these Banshees, they have a lot of work to do when they just got scouted. Stargate response out of herO. Okay. This is a very tech-heavy start here. herO going Robo, then into Twilight Council Forge, then into Stargate. But he does have the economy. He's on 3 bases when ByuN is just now saturating his natural. So herO, he is very, very comfortable on a 3-base setup. Stalkers are in position. The one downside, as a reminder, no blink. Right, there is no blink Stalkers. We'll see if ByuN can try to recover here. ByuN does move out. Again, 2 Banshees, they can one-shot workers. We do have a cannon in position, but the Stalkers, they're ready in the main, not at the 3rd. He does get a probe. 2. 2 probes go down. That is some damage. The Phoenixes will chase. Oh, and this is brutal here for ByuN as he will throw away the Banshees. They're gonna go down. GG gets called. Again, ByuN, he was miles behind. The Banshees had a lot of work to do, and herO takes a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played again. A very rocky start out of ByuN. He was quite greedy when it comes to his tech going into those Banshees. As a result, he was being bullied early on, delaying a CC for so long, losing the Cyclone, losing Marines, losing SCVs, losing control of his natural, and as a result, he just fell far behind. He fell far behind economically. The Banshees were a way to recover. If they were able to kill like 10 plus probes, then maybe ByuN could bounce back in that game, but they were shut down. They were shut down thanks to the Phoenixes, thanks to the Stalkers, thanks to the scouting of herO. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 4. herO has a lead, and herO is 1 game away from claiming the series. We'll see if ByuN can get into the mid game. As we mentioned, like, that is where ByuN thrives. ByuN, he thrives in the mid game. Can he get there, though? Can he get there? That's the real question. Can he get up to 3 bases? Can he embrace the ghost? And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, repping Zest with that lovely portrait. Let's go. It is herO. Feels zest, man. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. See in chat, I feel like Team Houses was the worst thing that ever happened to pros from a wrist issue perspective. I feel like that's not really applicable to ByuN. If you remember ByuN, when it comes to his wrist issues, they rose up when ByuN was teamless. ByuN, he was teamless for most of his time during his rise, like in 2015, 2016. He was on Prime back in Wings of Liberty, true. He was on Prime very early on, but ByuN, like notoriously, he was known for being a teamless player, like in that rise, at least until he joined Experts. So that might kind of be true, but not about ByuN. So here we go. As we're getting into our setup here, we do have a ByuN opening up double gas opener, going for a fake proxy Rax. Let's go. So fake proxy Rax here out of ByuN, as it is not uncommon to hide your Rax at the natural, at the third, at the fourth base location, and he's hoping to force an overreaction out of herO. So cheeky moves here out of ByuN. Like, do you know Moonglade? We're not friends, if that's what you mean. Actually, fun fact, I actually ran into Moonglade a couple of years ago, in 2022. Gee, it's been 3 years. In 2022, during PAX Australia, we were casting, I was with Pig, and we were casting a tournament at PAX Australia, and during the event, Moonglade showed up, like as a spectator. He was like, he just happened to be at PAX. And he showed up. I was like, oh, let's go. it was crazy. So it was really fun to see. It was a blast from the past. If you want an update, Moonglade, he no longer has his main, unfortunately. He did cut it off. He still looks good, don't get me wrong. He looks very clean, but doesn't have long hair anymore. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Yeah, a wild Moonglade appeared at PAX Australia. So it was really cool to catch up. Your correct name was on Acer? Yeah, I know. I know. I was an Acer fanboy back in the day. If you remember, I mean, what should be known here is I was a big Axiom fan, and as a result, adjacently, I was a big Acer fan back in the day because of Axiom Acer, because of their run in GSTL. I would watch a GSTL on a weekly basis, every week, Pappy, every week, on like 240p. It was, yo, it was Feels Gom player, man, if anyone remembers that. Jesus. Feels Gomi XP. Otherwise, we're going to be getting into our 1-1-1. Settling into our game. We do have we do have a 3-gate opener here at herO. My apologies, sorry, I was a little bit I was reminiscing from years gone by, but here he's going for a 3-gate follow-up. Hyper aggression out of herO. herO is pushing across the map, and he's hoping to catch ByuN with his pants down. Behind this, what we have, Bunker is still on the way. herO, he foregoes, he delays Twilight Council, he delays his tech in favor of extra stalkers, and he's moving in to take control of the natural. Let's go. He has arrived, Bunker's not ready. Cyclone does get a lock on, but Marines are going down, and herO, he may just overwhelm. Yeah, peak of Marines going for the Cyclone. Cyclone does fall, and with that, there's no defense. There's no defense here. Every Marine goes down the bunker, does barely finish. One Marine survives, but he has no mining. He has no mining at the natural stalkers. He just poke into the main. Again, just hyper aggression out of herO, and he deals crippling damage. He breaks through, takes down the depot. Can he get the Banshee? Oh my god. As the tank has arrived, we have more reinforcements coming in from across the map. Yeah, more stalkers pushing forward. We do attempt to salvage. Salvage is denied. Remember, salvage can be cancelled if you attack it. So no salvage on the bunker. That's a kill. And ByuN, once again, he's stuck on one base. Can be stuck on one base for that much longer. Ay. Unfortunately, ByuN, he was not able to scout across the map. He was not aware of the hyper aggression coming his way, so he was taking up when otherwise he needed to fortify his natural base. And once again, herO, really quirky setup, going into delayed charge into a Stargate. Inner Phoenixes, Este herO. Moonglade not having a main is almost like Maynard not having dreads. I know, right? True, true. Nah, but Moonglade, he looks good. He looks good. He's moved on into his next part of his career. Away from esports, away from StarCraft. But yeah, much love to Moonglade. As double Banshee here into the mineral line. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 probes. And again, they can one-shot workers. Not bad. No detection. Yeah, no robo. True. No robo, no oracle. And despite the rough start out of ByuN, he will get 11, 12, 13 probe kills. The oracle is still on the way. He needs the oracle. He needs a revelation. There's a chrono. And 16 probe kills after the rough start out of ByuN. The comeback is real. The comeback is real. 17 probe kills with 2 banshees. Ay. ByuN, he's back in this. He's back in this game. Third TC is on the way. We have a series back. Let's go. As suddenly ByuN is ahead economically. ByuN, he's ahead economically. He has more workers. He has mules as well. We're getting messy. Very messy here as we do see herO rallying in, going into 3 tanks. That is not going to be worth it. He gets 1 tank for his zealots. He throws his zealots away. So he had a 4 tank setup here. ByuN is very secure. Does move out. Does move out. He is active, or he's set up. Thankfully, due to the revelation, herO won't just run into the tanks, and he's setting up for a run by. So I'll say peel off. Peel off to the right hand side, so far unscattered. ByuN, he did expand, so this is not a 2 base all in. He doesn't have to commit. Zealots slip by. No defensive tanks. Zealots, can they break through? Looks like they can. Yeah, bunker does go down. Repairs too late. Zealots bust into the mineral line. There's going to be a shaky defense here from ByuN as he will lose so many SCVs. Yeah, 10, 11, 12 SCVs going down. Oh my god, the Zealots pop up. They do pop up at the same time. ByuN getting caught out, caught on siege, and despite the comeback, GG gets called. ByuN, he is overwhelmed, and herO will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, and congratulations to herO for claiming the series. Again, it was a very messy back and forth with herO initially gaining momentum, initially crippling his opponents and taking a massive lead, and then bam, the Cloak Banshees. The Cloak Banshees killed, what was it, 16 probes? 16 workers went down, got a full mineral line. ByuN took an economic lead, and he had a 3rd CC behind it. Like ByuN, he was building up into a longer game. Unfortunately, when it came to his move out, he was out of position, right? Most of his army was out in the center of the map. We saw that herO was cheeky. He was able to peel off an army, sneak up behind the army, go for the counterattack instead, and there was nothing at home to defend. That Zealot run by won herO the game. GG, well played, as ByuN's economy was crippled, his main army was distracted, and herO will take it from there. Despite the 3-1, a very impressive series, the one game that ByuN was able to take, we went all the way to an intense late game. That was the game of the series, that game on torches. ByuN was able to showcase his prowess in the mid to late game. With his mass ghost style, with his EMPs, with his liberators, with his ability to outposition and outcontrol herO. It was insanely impressive play out of ByuN. So what did herO do? He made sure that we never got there. He made sure that we never got to that game state with the robo opener previously, or even here going 3-gate as well. Hyper aggression out of herO ensured that herO could end the game early before ByuN could even touch the ghost. Not again. No, never again, Pappy, never again. Just made sure that ByuN never got to his ghost, never got to his 3-base setup. GG, well played. herO is our champion. Este herO. Go. He should join Wolf and Brandon casting League of Legends. Do they still cast LCK? Is LCK even a thing? I know nothing about other esports. I know nothing. But shout out to Wolf and Valdez. I think Wolf, he recently had an interview. Yeah, true. He had an interview with Zombie Grub regarding the GLHF interview series. So it was really cool to see from Wolf, really cool to hear from Wolf again. Unfortunately, we haven't really heard from Valdez in quite some time, at least in StarCraft. I know that I think Valdez, he got married, and does he have a kid? I can't remember at this. Yeah, they're continuing their own lives, of course. But GG. And with that, hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you'll had a great time. Congratulations to herO. Shout out to ByuN, of course, for making it to second place as well. And it was a wild tournament. Really nice turnout as well. Once again, a little bit more Korean heavy than we're used to, right? We had some big Korean names with herO, SHIN, ByuN, NightMare, Percival. From the European side, we had, when it comes to notables, you know, Nickrat, Ledlix, Geralt, and ShoWTimE. We were missing some of our other regulars, you know, Skillus, Jumi, Iba, Yang Yakov, Wayne. Hoping that next time we get to see some more of them for that more EU versus Korea action. But I also know it's a little bit early, and I know a lot of the Europeans are degens. I know a lot of them are degens where they wake up at like 2 p.m. in the morning, or 2 p.m. in the evening, I should say, and they don't wake up in time for Tuna Cup. Shaking my head. But maybe next time. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Also, as a reminder, this is the first weekly of September. And specifically starting this month, we do have monthly finals. So for those who weren't here, just to quickly reiterate, a couple of days ago, we got a massive donation. On the channel. We got 2,000 USD. 2,000 USD. It was crazy. And we did agree ahead of time to use that donation, to use that money on what? On tournaments. So that 2,000 USD is going to be put to the prize pool of these monthlies. So we're going to have 4 500 USD monthly tournaments. 4 tournaments, one for September, October, November, and December. So we have 4 monthly finals that Sparkling Tuna Cup is leading into. So basically, every single weekly of the Tuna Cup is going to provide points. And based on the rankings, based on those points, players are going to be invited at the end of the month for a big 500 USD tournament to earn, or to compete in that invitation. So that is something unique here for Tuna Cups. Again, we've been working towards monthlies when it comes to our Patreon, but we got there through the donations. If you're out there, if you want to support our tournaments, if you want to support Sparkling Tuna Cup and the CranKy Ducklings in general, you can do so via Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. It all goes towards the prize pool of these events. And with help through Patreon, we can turn these monthlies into a regular thing. For now, we only have these monthlies until the end of the year. Then coming into January, should go back to just regular weeklies. But if we can grow our Patreon, then maybe we can keep the monthlies going. Maybe we can make that a regular thing. Maybe. For now, just until the end of the year. Just until the end of 2025. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. When it comes to the rest of our schedule, as you can see there, Nickrat did win the random raffle, of course. But when it comes to the rest of our schedule, oh Jesus, it's going to be an intense week of StarCraft. As always, again, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there in SC2 in the StarCraft scene we have done so for many years at this point, and we just wrapped up with our Monday evening broadcast. Tomorrow morning, Tuesday, we have the viewer replay stream. For those that are curious, in the chat, there is a chat point redemption where you can redeem, I think it's 10,000 channel points for us to cast replays, and we've been accumulating replays for the past month. Over the past month, we have been accumulating replays, and we're going to be having one massive viewer replay broadcast. So we have a bunch of replays stacked up, lined up. We're going to be covering them tomorrow at 9 a.m. KST. That's going to be at 10 a.m. AEST. That is going to be in 10 hours. In around 10 hours time, we're going to be live with some viewer replays. Meanwhile, on Wednesday, we have Maestros of the game. Again, when it comes to the weekend, we did cast Group A, C, and D live for Maestros, but we missed out on Group B. Unfortunately, there was just so much casting going on. I barely got any sleep. I was too fatigued, and I didn't feel confident casting Group B without like passing out or just being really low energy. So we missed out on Group B, but we have the replays. We're going to be covering those replays on Wednesday. Meanwhile, starting Thursday, RSL. the Revival StarCraft League Season 2 begins. The playoffs begin on Thursday. We're going to be co-streaming that event Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, non-stop RSL action. We have the podcast on Thursday. That is our weekly talk show where we go over all the news of the week in SC2. We have Galaxy Cup on Friday. We have Maestros of the game coming into Saturday, Sunday, and onwards. That's going to be day 1 and day 2 of the playoffs. Bearing in mind that day 1 and day 2 are still going to be online. Eventually, I believe day 3, 4, that's going to be the offline portion of Maestros of the game. That's going to be the offline portion in France. That's going to be in a couple of weeks time at the end of the month. Towards the end of the month, that's going to be the offline portion. This weekend, still online portion. So again, we got a lot of content, a lot of casting throughout the course of the week, as always here on the CranKy Ducklings. We do have 2 half days off on Tuesday and Wednesday, thankfully, but we have some other things planned for that. For those who don't know, I recently got some pet bunnies, and I'm going to be taking them to the vet Wednesday morning. Otherwise, because of that, I won't be able to cast Pegasus Cup. Usually we're live with Pegasus Cup on Wednesdays, but I won't be able to cast it on Wednesday as I'm going to be taking my bunnies to the vet. So I won't be able to cast, unfortunately. We might be able to do a replay cast for Pegasus Cup later, but as you can see, our schedule's pretty full, so I do apologize for that. But typically Pig, Steadfast, Dave Testa, typically there are other English casters, Bomyoja as well for Pegasus Cup, so I do apologize we won't be able to cast it live, but I'm otherwise not available, so unfortunate. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And again, you can support us via Patreon if you wish. You can follow us if you see something here that you like, and if you can't watch it because, again, we're live so often and maybe it's at a less than ideal time, whether you're in America or Europe or Oceania, for example. So if you can't watch something live at YouTube is the place to be. Twitch no longer supports VODs. Twitch, they delete VODs after like 2 months, 3 months. So Twitch, they've been deleting VODs. All of our VODs instead are going to be on YouTube instead. So you can check it out on YouTube. All the VODs are uploaded on a daily basis. Plenty of VODs, plenty of content over on YouTube. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. There are so many SC tournaments going on that I can't even keep up. I can't. I'll be honest, Papi. There's so much going. Even more than this, right? There's Pegasus Cup, for example. There's Kung Fu Cup, right? I think Kung Fu Cup is this week. I would love to cast it, but where's the room? Where's the room, Papi? Where's the room? So I know there's Kung Fu Cup. I think there's a StarCraft Evolution Chijik tournament. That's like a Korean SC Evo tournament going on. Like I can't fit it, Papi. I can't fit it all. But we do what we can. We do our best. There's a lot of StarCraft. I know there's a team league. A team league is starting up as well. For a lot of the more semi-professional teams. That's also starting up. I think this weekend or next weekend. It's like the Galaxy Team League, the Choi Galaxy Team League. People reached out for us to cast that as well. Like this, you don't understand. There's so many events that they're like, yo, you want to cast? I'm like, I would like to, but I can't cast everything, Papi. I can't do it. I'd love to. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some viewer replays, or we'll see you throughout the week for Revival StarCraft League or Maestros of the game. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Until next time, ciao, Papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.